Oh wow, okay. I've been muted. Hold on. I have to put it somewhere where I can be like super cool. You know what I mean? There you go. The perfect place. Our new microphone is 61%, you know. You know what I mean? Wait, where's the come on. So how is everybody? Anybody? I'm gonna press the first like. I'm gonna be like the person that throws the first stone, you know? Like Jesus said, you should. Oh wait, I might as well. Hello, Greater. I'm gonna be the first person to throw the stone and do the thing. I've told someone that I will try to play a game on this laptop, but they said, "Oh, this laptop, you better not. It'll melt your laptop." And I was like, "Well, I guess I better upgrade my laptop then." My goodness. Come here, you nerds. I know you want to. Oh my god. It will be fun. More fun than that time when we did that thing that was fun the last time. Okay? That was brilliant. That is a brilliant message to send to people to entice them to watch the stream. Isn't that right? Great. Hold on. Where is Dr. Jones, though? Betrayed. Dr. Jones betrayed us again. The controller is not working again, of course not. What the hell? What the hell, Great Rain? You know? Oh, it's working now. Never mind. Okay, look at this. We are fighting to save the elves or something, you know? Village of the elves, not the dwarves. This is the village of the dwarves. Did you know this? This is my favorite track of the game. The music of the dwarven village. I like it a lot. Wow, upgrading is so expensive. Let's go. I can't believe it. You actually managed to break into our vault. Fine then, I believe your story. The burning mirror is a devastating weapon, but it can be shattered in an instant if you use another of our treasures. The fire wind cannon. I'll have one built for you immediately. We thank you, Chief of the Dwarves. Commander Lucifard, let's return to the village to deliver the news. I'm certain the Chief of the Elves will believe us now. Good luck, kiddo. Thank you. How do you like this game, Great Terrain? It's one of my favorite games ever. Suikoden. The story of the water flow or something. Yeah. But this game has a little bit more of a more varied gameplay. You'll see. It has duels. It has war. Although the way the war is depicted in this game is, you'll see. This game actually has warfare gameplay. But you'll see. Because I am the leader of the Liberation Army. So since I command an army, of course it will be army battles. Huh. A boar. We killed the boar. Wait, is that smoke? I can't be sure. It's coming from the village of the elves. It cannot be. We're too late. No, that's impossible. Commander Lucifer, let's hurry. Why is the game so slow all of a sudden? Please don't tell me this laptop is too weak for this game. This cannot be, okay? What? Are you kidding me? No way, man. I refuse to believe this. No way. What the... What? This has got to be a joke. Fine. Wow. Now turn it off and on again. This is impossible. Why do I... Although, uh, I think I would need to reset the computer to fix this. I guess we will need to reward you with something else. What is it? Ah, yes. I've got something just for you. I think. I think I've got something just for you. Uh, we will play the best game, okay? You ready? Find game. We'll play the most elite game of all games. This game is supposedly 4,000 years old or something. Did you know this? Yeah, that's right. It's Go. Go is 1 billion years old. It's a 1 billion years old game. Please appreciate. Okay, first move is mine, I think. Yes. This is called having an initiative. Did you know? Did you know this about me? Let's go. Let's not be afraid to be brave. What the hell is this move? Okay, we're dealing with some interesting individual here. Okay, I'll just take this. Seems like the laptop is having a slowdown overall. I think something's... Oh. Oh. Wait, hold on. Oh, is this why the game was working so slow? Oh. Is this why Suikoden was working so slow? Wait, I think I'm gonna try Suikoden again. I feel so silly now. But I'm also winning in Go, so I don't care. Great, Orain, are you still here? Great, Orain. Do I have to call upon your twin lesser Rain? Wait, what day it is today? It's Tuesday. It's, doesn't nobody wanna watch me play Go? Isn't that right? The best thing? I thought nerds loved people play chess or Go or whatever. Okay, this is just this person. I think this person barely knows the rules of the game. Also, somebody added me to friends. I think it might be the blue crab enthusiast that I've been playing with recently. This is excellent. Says it's excellent. I need that Ethernet cable connection. Now this is what I'm talking about. If only I could. Hmm. Hmm. I just found the perfect laptop, but it only costs $3,000. Does anybody have $3,000 lying around? Hmm. Uh, Hold on. How many? Aha. Oh, it's the internet. It has everything that I could wish for. I hope. Uh, I don't think this person knows what they're doing. I hate playing against total beginners that don't know the rules of Go. Oh my god. Let's see. Oh, Let me check. Hold on. Where's the um hold on. I was thinking of some. Oh yeah, I remember now. Hayır. Chodź. Chuju nie musił? No tak. Chuju nie musił. Musił? Why did he ignore me? I feel so ignored today and sad because Dr. Jones is not here. It would have been so cool if Dr. Jones was here, but he's not. So it's not cool. Oh my gosh. This is gonna be such a long game. I cannot believe this. Also, could go to Ukraine tomorrow. Uh, hmm. I don't even have to respond to this. Oh my gosh, this is what you get when you play with total beginners. Oh god. Oh my god. Oh boy. Oh boy. Let's check on uh Resident Sunday, I guess. Supposedly it's streaming right now. Uh Top 10 shittiest games of 2025. That sounds actually really enticing. That actually sounds very, very enticing. Top 10 shittiest games. What is this? What is President Sunday up to?
Is the new schedule. Today was late because I was up late because of New Year's stuff.
Ah, new schedule.
But I will see you all on Patreon in 30 minutes, and then possibly later we're going to be doing some routine on President Sunday Dark, and then tomorrow we will be live at noon PST. Have a good night. Cheerio. Bye-bye. Where am I going to send you all in the meantime?
To
Is
Lucy.
anybody else live right now who's good? Let's see. No Justice is live. I'm going to send you there. She is great. Cheerio.
Wow. Wow, President Sunday. Wow.
On PIP changes this week, and the report had no data on the actual medical reasons for claims, just speculation and claim stats. Yeah, Policy Exchange are like openly like far right. Like Policy Exchange not only
This is
just
such a
openly
betrayal.
post papers about what essentially amounts to.
How typical. Let's see. Let's watch the 10 shittiest games. I know. Yeah, I know. I just watched this stream, okay? I just checked up on him to see, oh yeah, this person that's already super big. They're cool. Let's rate them, okay? Let's not help the small streamer. Let's shit on this small streamer, okay? Let's rate this person that already has 200 viewers and 30,000 subscribers, okay? Yeah, okay. Can you believe this, Estelle? Estelle, at least you're here, okay? At least you're here, Estelle. At least you have not abandoned me. Like all of them other people do, okay? At least I can count on your friendship. Everybody else has betrayed me. Apart from Greater Rain. Greater Rain this year, I think. I think Greater Rain this year. I'm not there right now. What? What do you mean? You're not where right now? President Sunday has betrayed me, as always. Again. I have never felt so betrayed in my entire life. Just kidding, yes I have. Just kidding. Okay, now we're playing with a real beginner. I think I might I think I might kill every single stone that this person has placed on the board. I think this person might not have a single living group by the end of this game. Which is not good, okay? Oh no. I feel like such a bully doing this. Pamela Emilias. Oh no. Listen. Go is, I don't know, Go likes to produce big gametes and therefore it's its biological function to be like that or something. Also, Obama ordered me to be violent. Just so you know. I might be behind, you are. Like, I cannot believe this. I'm shocked to the bone. You know? President Sunday has abandoned me once again. Has anybody else? Who else came here from President Sunday? What has President Sunday been talking about today anyway? Okay, let's watch top 10 shittiest games of 2025 from Stephanie Sterling. I wonder what were the shitty games. Oh gosh. What were they?
2025 has almost concluded, but we can't truly send it off without the finest tradition of them all, the top 10 shittiest games of the year. We have some truly vile candidates. for you. And
Okay.
as regurgitative AI rears its hideous head, something
Uh-oh.
tells me these picks are going to get harder and harder from now on. That
Uh-oh.
said, there were a lot of easy ones this year, but hey, that's enough intro, I think. Here they are, presented to you in no particular order, beyond arranging them in a way I think makes for a nice flowing video. It is the top 10 shittiest games of
I
2020.
really wonder what they're gonna be. I have not been keeping track of the shitty games this year. What were the shitty games of this year? Does anybody know? Does anybody that's here now know what the shitty games of this year? I only know the good games. Mind eye, more like burns lie. Wait, what? Bums lie. Expedition 33 is top 1. Oh god. Expedition 33 created a whole horrible discourse. It created whole toxic discourse. Do you know about it? Do you know about the Expedition 33 discourse? There's this racist guy that just spammed tweets saying, "Oh, a person of color killed within the first minutes of the game. No LGBT. Thank you, Expedition 33, for being based. That's why you're number 1, because no wokeness." No, that's not the discussion that I'm talking about, Expedition 33. I'm talking about all the racists that suddenly came out of the woodwork and started saying, yeah, this game is no woke. It has no diversity DEI, and the only black person is killed off very quickly, and it's great. Okay? I'm gonna dig out those tweets and I'm gonna look at them on stream because, oh my god. Yeah, I'm gonna do it, okay? I'm gonna do it. Don't provoke me. I'm gonna make a segment out of it about racist talking, I don't know, praising Expedition 33. Yeah, but it's a token character created for the reviewers that probably didn't play more than the first minutes of the game and praised it, okay? It's a trap, okay? It's a trap for people that look for wokeness in games. And then they secretly got rid of all the wokeness at the very start, okay? And that's why Expedition 33 is so amazing. Because it gets rid of all its woke crap at the beginning. So let's watch the shittiest games.
25. You know what comes next.
Like this honestly just, I don't know, leaves a bad taste for me. The discourse became so bad that the actual creators of the game, the actual development team, they wrote a message saying, okay, please stop using our game for, we have a very diverse team. Please stop using hateful rhetoric and please stop using our game to spread hate. Thank you. That actually happened. Like the actual development team caught wind of the whole crap that have been happening around the game. I like, yeah, I did like that the developers did that. The developers just were like, yeah, please stop. I want to know what the shitty games are.
Take it away, Skeletor. Pokemon Legends!
What?
Z-A!
What the hell?
Pokemon is one of the most
That's a
profitable
game?
media franchises in the world, a video game bestseller, anime hit, trading card behemoth, and a swollen udder of merchandise milkability. Why then Does it still churn out slapdash, lifeless, absolutely pathetic guff like Pokemon Legends, the Z to the A? Complacency,
I have never heard of this game.
laziness,
Oh, also, Emily, when do you have time? Because I'm trying to put together a schedule for all of us to play it, so that nobody is left behind. So tell me when you can play. I don't think so. Stephanie likes Expedition 33.
unforgivable levels of cheapness, the arrogant confidence that no matter what kind of flimsy swill it serves up, the hogs will clamor around the trough and swallow it regardless? The answer is yes, 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 and fucking yes.
Valheim. Do you have Valheim convenient Estelle? Oh yeah. Actually, a lot of the songs in the game spoil everything for you.
The much debated lack of voice acting is actually the least of this game's problems. They took a genuinely great game in Pokemon Legends Arceus and stripped it to a skeletal nubbin, cutting corners until the scissors went
Wait, what?
blunt. And stripped it to a skeletal nubbin, cutting corners until the scissors went blunt. The open city, which is rendered as one huge resource-hogging model, is populated by static NPCs who are just one step removed from T-posing.
Okay,
The
shit.
visuals are so basic that most environmental details on the buildings are just flat, jagged textures. Look at these fucking JPEG windows. There's barely any interactivity. The game does some utterly sad things, like there are these basketball court-looking places where Pokemon have been stood face to face with trainers idling gormlessly behind them to give the vaguest of vague impressions
Remember the sandwich animation. What sandwich animation?
that they might be battling, so long as you pretend they are. There are asset flips that have more effort put into them than this. Like, what the fuck? There is so much implied
The Switch 2 is actually apparently one of the fastest, or if not the fastest selling consoles of all time or something. I wouldn't mind getting a Switch or something.
activity
I
like
still
this
have
in
my-
the game, where Game Freak couldn't be bothered to
I
animate
still have
anything.
my-
At one point, a
What do you
stream
call it? I still have my, you know what I mean, right? I still have my little handheld console. Look at this. Estelle knows French.
gamer character is supposedly playing a video game while sat on a chair with her hands on her cocking lap. Rather than render anything visually, Pokemon Legends Czar expects you to
I
finish
got it from my best friend.
the development of the game in your fucking head. Just put in the creative work that they couldn't be fucked to do, and imagine the events that are allegedly taking
I think I've known my best friend for like 26 or 27 years.
place. I didn't know Danny John Jules made this fucking game.
Imagine a story.
I don't do that kind
Do
of
you have any friends that you've known for 26 years?
work for free. These days I charge a pretty good rate to imagine things for people's games, but I could be charging a penny a day and it'd be a fuck sight more than Game Freak is willing to invest in anything. The gameplay itself fucking stinks. Real-time battles are a great idea, but the Pokemon have sub-rudimentary AI, frequently trying to attack each other through solid walls or getting stuck on the furniture. In a true showcase of how little effort went into this low-budget, premium-priced game, the nighttime battles, where everything goes a bit Poke-Purge, pretend to be stealth-based. Pokemon Legends Z-A tells you that you're prowling around trying to ambush trainers before they ambush you.
I'm barely old enough to be alive for 26 years. Oh yeah? Have you been friends with anybody for 15 years then?
But because the trainers have even less AI than the Pokemon, they either stand fucking still or patrol up and down a bit of street. There is no cat and mouse. What you have to do is sneak up on them and try and hit them before they see you, because the split second they do, it's treated as if you were around.
Wait, it's top 10 worst games. We're already 5 minutes in and it's like only this one game.
Again, you've got to fill in the fucking blanks. It's an approximation of stealth gameplay, Frankenstein together from the game's already barely present existing mechanics. This is truly lazy. Oh, you're not supposed to use that word. It's lazy. Cheap and bone idle. Where did mounts go? Where did all the cool rideable Pokemon from Arceus fucking go? They were cut. Like so many features were, to keep this game's budget down to a bare minimum.
Okay, I'm gonna watch it. I was thinking of, I don't know, finishing the video first, but you know. Oh, well, okay. I still talk to my friends that I've known for 26 years. What the? Why is the buffering so bad? What? What the fuck was that? That is so weird. I wish somebody recreated this in real life.
There isn't even a fucking jump button, which the game exploits for some of the worst platforming I've ever seen, yet, despite the sheer lack of investment, despite how low budget and low effort it is, this game has the sheer nerve to charge full price and add a $10 surcharge to the Switch 2 version, which literally offers nothing but a 60 FPS frame rate. That's right, they're charging $10 for a fucking frame rate improvement. Basic performance. What should be the bog cunting standard?
Oh my god. Oh, modern gaming in a nutshell, eh?
It's disgusting, it's exploitative, it's shameless, it's Pokemon. Oh, I said too many F words in that. I sure hope I don't get demonetized. Tamagotchi Plaza!
What the fuck?
It's incredible how something
What? No way. I thought Tamagotchi was not a thing anymore. No way. I don't mod much on consoles anyway. I've never modded on consoles much. Tamagotchi.
recognizable as Tamagotchi has had so few video games over the years, but considering they're almost all hot garbage, maybe that's a good thing.
No way Tamagotchi was brought back from the grave. I thought that whole thing was dead in the water for years now. Vladimir says, I'm not listening to British people's opinions about Japanese games. The only thing that I want to know is how accurate Total War 40k is going to be to the tabletop. I don't know. Technically speaking, it should not be that difficult to make a strategy game faithful to a tabletop, right? Like, it should not be that difficult. It's not an impossible task. Come on. Like, it's not Mission Impossible. What the hell is this?
Tamagotchi
Okay,
Plus.
fess up. Fess up. How many of you have done Tamagotchi? How many of you have heard of Tamagotchi? How many of you know what Tamagotchi even is? Raise your hands. Or I don't know, write something in the chat if you even know what that is. If this is not the first time you're even hearing the name Tamagotchi. I wouldn't be surprised, okay? If some of you did not know what that was.
Is downright insulting in how little it has to offer. A truly threadbare collection of repetitive and boring minigames that would bore a baby to death. It's the kind of game that would use "it's made for kids" as an excuse. But I showed my husband's kid, someone in the target demo, this game, and do you know what they asked me? They asked, when does something happen? This sort of shit is the very picture of a minimum viable product doing just enough to qualify as a game, but stepping absolutely no further than that. It's game.
Shouldn't it be a no-brainer to make a Tamagotchi for a bigger system? Like, Lucy really devolved into brain rot content due to a lack of an audience. True. Thank you, Dr. Johns. Like, if you want to make a Tamagotchi game for a bigger system, why not just make a Tamagotchi for a bigger system? You raise the thing, but you get better graphics and more options. There you go. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy, no? Should be a no-brainer, actually.
Gameplay includes such delights as dragging and dropping items to make a thing, dragging and dropping items to make a thing, and dragging and dropping items to make a thing. Now, the game has no system for grading style, placement, or basic context, so there's no reason to care about anything you're doing. There's a game where you run a manga shop, which is a prime example. Customers ask for a manga, they want specific characters and specific items, and you drop the requisite pictures into 2 blank comic panels, and that's all you need to do. The end result can be as messy or as empty as you like. You can place all the images on top of each other. You can make
I remember it. I remember the Chao minigame.
garbled mess, and you'll get a perfect rating
Yeah.
so long as the handful of right components are shoveled into at least one of the panels. Most of the games are like this, the absolute lowest of the low in terms of interactivity. A truly rotten fucking game that only highlights how creatively bankrupt Tamagotchi is as a series and product. Seriously, as someone who is into virtual pets, it's shameful how overpriced and underdeveloped Tamagotchis are.
It should be so
Seriously,
easy
they're like
to make.
60 quid, and they still barely do anything. You can get that weird spherical virtual pet with a clitoris for like $10. It looks
What?
better, it's got better
Clitoris?
mini games, and I don't know if you heard me at all, but it's got a clitoris.
In Poland, those VMU batteries for the Dreamcast memory card are very easy to get. Like, you probably mean the memory card battery, right? In Poland, you can get them easy.
An honest-to-God flickable clitoris. When's Tamagotchi getting a clit? House of the Dead 2 remake.
Maybe.
The remake of the House of the Dead? It hit the mark pretty nicely.
What? Wait, there was a remake of the House of the Dead this year? No way. No way there was a remake of the House of the Dead. Why? How have I not heard of it? How have I not heard of the remake of the House of the Dead?
Remake of the House of the Dead 2? Well...
Oh no, Sterling, what? No one home!
Missed! Went for the strike with the chair through the table.
It's remarkable
Hello.
how much they fucked up such a classic arcade shooter sequel, especially after doing a solid job with the first game. It plays so much worse, the developers seemingly forgetting how to gyroscope...
Aren't you supposed to play these games with a gun? You know, aren't you supposed to get a gun and like aim with the gun and shoot at things? Like, playing such a thing with a controller is just a bad experience. This is a game that you're supposed to like have a gun like thing with. I'm sorry, what? Are you giving me a taste of the bad dubbing of the House of the Dead games?
Topically emulate light gun controls in the time between the two releases. It's less accurate, feels less authentic, it's just rather unpleasant to play, and it has fewer features with worse presentation than the last remake had. What the hell happened? Of course, the biggest travesty is the voice acting. Everyone knows House of the Dead 2 is an absolute legend of hilariously bad vocal performances. It's downright iconic.
Actually, a Wii remote control works pretty good as a light gun. Now that I think about it.
For its butchered lines and borderline alien delivery. House of the Dead 2 Remake replaced the dialogue, not to make it better, mind, not to make it funnier, but to just be worse in every way. The acting is still fucking terrible, but it's no longer funny bad. It's simply plain bloody bad. Why even do that? If you couldn't be fucked to either improve it or lean into its
I had the House of the Dead game for the Dreamcast.
awfulness, why replace it at all? I'm sure you could have used the original recordings. Have you heard that cast? I doubt they were getting royalties. Absolutely dreadful decision in a deeply disappointing remake. Oh, and voice actors do deserve royalties, obviously. Sacred 2 Remaster! Sacred 2 is another terrible redo this year, a baffling mess that took the original and
What?
shattered it to pieces.
What is this?
Sacred 2 was never a great game, but it holds a lot of nostalgia for me. Despite the developers thinking it's some hardcore experience, it's actually this really accessible dungeon crawler that cuts to the chase and drowns you in loot. It's also really silly, and its Blind Guardian music video was some top-tier late 2000s marketing.
Oh, hold on. I have to charge my phone. I'm gonna be right back. What's wrong with light gun games? I know. You know what I find amusing? What I found amusing is in Poland, nobody even talks about the potential peace plan being bad for Ukraine anymore. No. No. In Poland, we call it a peace plan that's bad for Poland. Let that sink in. It's not just a bad peace plan for Ukraine. It's a bad peace plan for Poland.
Nonsense. Absolute classic. I was looking forward to this, but within seconds of starting my adventure, it all went wrong. Or my character's legs did. They were completely broken, and I had to hobble across the
What is
world,
this game?
dragging
I've never
one
heard of
animal
it.
foot behind the juddering other. For
Is this an
hours.
MMO?
NPCs, especially merchants, keep duplicating the clone version, running madly around town in presumed existential horror at their own impossible manifestation. Character skills fire off at random without input, or won't fire off at all with any input, or fire off the wrong
I've never heard of this game,
respective
ever.
to its input. Sometimes a huge white bar will plaster itself on screen. The horse is... Oh god, the horse. By far the most egregious issue with Sacred 2 is the fact I've lost many hours to the horrendously frequent
I think so.
crashes that seem to always occur.
But the
whenever
graphics
I
are so
forgot to
bad.
fastidiously save progress every
It has
30
horses, so
seconds,
maybe
which
Vosh
happens a
likes
lot.
it,
I have
maybe.
ADHD, you fucking... God, almost every session with this game
Chungus.
has ended with a brutal crash, and every session started with a brand new glitch, some fresh weird bug I hadn't seen before, as if the very act of booting Sacred 2 Remaster fucks it up. On top of that, very little of it feels like an overhaul, and the developers actively took functionality away by reducing how many skills you could equip, as well as fucking up the UI, making the menu awful to navigate, and generally doing a bad job of improving a damn thing. What the studio did, in essence, was take Sacred 2 and break the poor thing across its fucking knee. It's a level of
What?
ineptitude so relentless it borders on malicious, and I'm still furious at how a game I wanted to lose hours to instead became a game I wasted hours.
I haven't.
What a
I have
fucking
not heard about
disaster.
the curious case of Titus Morris.
Credits!
Wait,
Raiders is a game
really?
about watching boxes get opened. A slow, threadbare, excruciatingly
Wait, hold on. Arc Raiders, what's that bad? I thought people enjoyed some Arc Raiders. Come on.
enjoyable
It's not
game.
that bad, is it?
It's gotten praise for how players can interact with each other in truly emergent ways, and that's good, but it's also the audience making its own fun. Lord knows Arc Raiders barely offers fun of its own. If you're asking players to risk losing their equipment, not just stuff they got in the game, but stuff they brought to the game, you better have something worth gambling my lucrative time for. But Arc Raiders has bugger all. Every element of this tawdry time waster has been done far better elsewhere. Its third-person shooting lacks any sort of punch, any unique draw, any compelling element.
I thought people enjoyed it or something. I don't know.
Across the barren maps is made worse by a miserably restrictive stamina system, as well as a miserably restrictive inventory limit and a miserably restrictive carrying capacity limit.
What's that thing always saying? Where'd I put my damn backpack?
And the environments are complete nothing burgers that you trudge through with the same snail's pace that permeates everything. And all in service to watching your avatar slowly break open a box with a crowbar. One of the most pointless games I've ever played. You're basically given nothing to fight for, nothing to work towards. You're just rooting around.
I don't know. I mean,
raccoon for
Helldivers 2 levels are nothing to write home about either, right?
no other end than to be slightly better at rooting around in garbage like a hairless raccoon. And as I intimated in true extraction fashion,
I mean, so was Fallout 3, to be honest with you. Okay, Fallout 3 was also a bland excuse for a Fallout game.
you can spend 20
After 1 and 2, and even compare it to New Vegas,
minutes gathering a bunch of stuff and lose it
which I still have to finish.
all in half a second when a player snipes you in the back, including everything you brought with you, so that you can go back and craft your basic loadout again, using some of the messiest and most disorganized menus this side of Sacred 2 Remaster. Oh, but that's not all. It's got microtransactions, of course,
Of course
and
it does.
regurgitative AI bollocks. Fuck that. Any developer using derivative AI is a traitor to the medium, and the plagiarism launderer
There's a lot of games you have to finish. Shh. I have finished games on stream. Many games I finished on stream.
can go get fucked. Double Dragon Revive.
What? No, there was a Double Dragon game this year? How did I not know about a Double Dragon game this year? Holy how?
Uglier than my
How did I miss a Double Dragon game?
excruciatingly compacted shit after I've had to go on the pain.
Why is it so slow? Why is the Double Dragon game so slow?
You can grab enemies wide arse.
Resident Evil Survival Unit.
Wait, hold on, that was quick.
Resident shit after I've had to go.
Wait, that was what? Okay, that was a very quick review.
My excruciatingly compacted shit after I've had to go on the painkillers again.
You can grab enemies wide arse.
Resident Evil Survival Unit.
There was
I
a.
always like to have some mobile freemium slime in these lists as a representative of the whole detestable business.
Actually,
the
does not
Resident
look
Evil
that bad.
Survival Unit has provided. If you know this game at all, you'll know it as that thing where Claire Redfield pulls out a minigun from the ether and mows down zombies like it's just a normal thing she does. That is the only thing worth knowing about it, because the rest of the game is a desperate attempt to trick you into thinking you're playing a proper Resident Evil until the usual slate of crafting, wait times, resource saturation, and microtransaction horse shit starts throwing itself at you. Survival Unit is a crossover with the classic Saints Row series. Well, at least that's my explanation for the protagonist being called Player. Of course, the name Player was a cute and thematically appropriate trapping of the Saints Row series, whereas here it just comes off as absolutely fucking pitiful. You can't input your own name despite the lack of voice acting. You can't change your look despite the character being a bargain basement stand-in for you.
Oh
It's a small
my
thing,
God.
I guess, but the size belies the sheer laziness. A generic uncustomizable protagonist, literally called Player, is the best these charlatans could do. It really just highlights how cynical a cash grab this is. It takes the aesthetics of the lovely Resident Evil 2 remake, and in doing so only highlights its own inadequacies through the comparison. Its weak recreation of puzzles, retreads through familiar locations, and bevy of existing characters popping around like sitcom regulars constantly reminds you that you could be playing literally any other Resident Evil game. Literally any other one would be better. Even Dead Aim. Hell, even Resident Evil 6
What the fuck is Dead Aim?
And Resident Evil 6 is fucking shit. Mind's Eye.
What is this game?
You can tell Mind's Eye is notorious because it's the kind of game you introduce with an R, and you know exactly what I mean by that, so let's get to it. Mind's Eye. Undoubtedly the game everyone saw coming on this list, a title that managed to simultaneously aim high and subterranean at the same time, like the split stream of early morning urine. Actually, I don't think I've ever had that phenomenon occur to me, though in all honesty, I've always preferred to live it up with a pampered sit-down wee wee. You may be wondering why I'm lingering on urine-based observations, and that's because I'd rather play with piss than play Mind's Eye ever again. Really bad piss too, the kind that stinks dark like beer, the kind that reminds you to drink more water.
Nice and acidic.
Mind's Eye shot to notoriety almost instantly. Hell, even before launch, the developer's boss destroyed any grace it might have had by implying that its critics were paid by Rockstar to dunk on it. You know, if I were paid to dunk on Mind's Eye, I'd feel guilty as hell. Not because of any ethical quandary, but because dunking on Mind's Eye is so fucking easy, and I like to work for my money. I don't mind a linear game. In fact, I'm a huge believer in them, but not when you've set your linear game in an open world that actively fails players for exploring and does nothing but pad out the runtime with long drives in between glorified levels. Mind's Eye knows what it's doing is bullshit because it tries to make things interesting by adding a countdown to your driving. If you don't reach your destination by the time the counter hits 0, nothing happens. But if you do reach your destination by the time the counter hits 0, nothing happens.
Down then.
That's the Mind's Eye experience. Utter inconsequentiality, constructed of smoke and mirrors and little nuggets of excretia. I think I heard they finally patched a dodge roll in, because that's the kind of thing they didn't put into their cover shooter by default. No dodge, no grenades, no melee attack, just a small array of the most stock standard guns you've seen before, and rudimentary cover, and that's it. That was considered enough. Oh, wait, no, and a drone, a barely functional, mostly useless, really boring drone. God, the guns sound pathetic as well, like cheap pound shop toys. And its very best, Mind's Eye is a flimsy imitation of Watch Dogs filtered through the brown scale lens of a mediocre 7th generation game, and fittingly comes complete with obligatory stealth and hacking minigames to really nail that mid-2010 sensibility. At worst, it's as appealing as mopping the floor after a Guna convention. I played on console and therefore got less value for money by missing out on the shittle big planet features, but good lord, the examples of it provided in the base game are enough to convince me I've missed very little. It's mostly really long checkpoint races.
We are granting you access to our assets.
Fun fact, and a bit of an exclusive info drop, people who worked on this game tried to stop it being as bad as it was. One reason I don't feel bad laughing at this game is because one of the devs reached out to thank me for my absolutely scathing review. They warned the higher-ups of every bad thing that's been pointed out since launch.
No fucking way. There's no fucking way. Oh my god. No fucking way.
Criticism like mine was actually vindicating. Nobody with any sense was listened to, and the sheer arrogance of the CEO to think the game was so good only bribery could cause a negative reception showcases exactly why Mind's Eye launched to nothing but laughter. For a good idea of how
The developers reached out to him and said it was shit.
Imaginative this game is, every car is said to be electric, but they still make traditional engine noises. It's justified in universe as regulations, but like, why engine noises specifically? It's a really obnoxious noise, because rather than use its whole near-future tech city premise to create fresh visuals, fresh sounds, fresh architecture, fresh
What do you mean by that, Dr. John?
Was put into explaining and justifying why it all looks and sounds exactly the same as in literally any other basic open-world game city. Less work, I guess. I defy anyone to prove to me that the whole cars still use engine noises because of regulations thing was conceived for artistic rather than cynical reasons. A fascinating case study in bad video games, but not worth playing unless you're actually studying it. You'd be better off with the games from the 2010s, the poor imitation shooters that this one is itself poorly imitating. Inversion, The Order, and even fucking
what did you notice?
all at least have something going on for them in comparison. Not Quantum Theory, though. Don't fucking bother with Quantum Theory. Anyway, Mind's Eye does have good voice acting. Hope they got royalties. Call of Duty Black Ops 7! I didn't play Call of Duty Black Ops 7, but I feel able to put it on my list because, let's face it, Treyarch didn't make Call of Duty Black Ops 7.
Is it really
did
that
it?
bad?
Typing prompts into an AI generator doesn't count as game development, and the wretched stink of AI BS is all over this miserable piece of shit. So lazily slapped together it is, the solo campaign needs an online connection because it's just cobbled together using the multiplayer as a basis. The contextless, tonally inappropriate
it's called
bootleg
Stephanie
Studio
Sterling,
VR
yeah.
used for achievements is so utterly fucking offensive, it alone would qualify Slack Slop 7 as a shittiest game contender. Like, how fucking dare you? Using AI to mimic Ghibli work is, in my opinion, something fake artists do as a deliberate flex, an intentional insult, an inherently violating mockery of a studio known for its heartfelt and artistically beloved films. I find it genuinely uncomfortable
we'll
and
see.
disturbing. The soulless reproduction is meant to say what's yours is ours. We're going to use this terrible tech to try and replace talent. It's a disgusting attempt at asserting power over artists, perpetuated by people who know they're talentless, inadequate hacks. And here's Black Ops joining in. Every developer actively
giant
responsible for
mercenary
Black Ops'
battle of
despicable use of
AI
institutional
generated.
plagiarism should feel
Wow.
fucking ashamed of themselves. You're not game devs, you're not artists, you're fucking scum. One reason I love that I work in game dev now is that I get to tell worms like you to get the fuck out of my industry. That this is the first Call of Duty released after
Wait,
the
Stephanie
pro-genocide
Sterling
genocide.
works in game development? Skibbity toilet levels of bad.
Bought the pro-abuse Activision Blizzard says a lot about the parent company's miserable trajectory.
Oh,
It
no.
doesn't give a shit. It consumed all these studios just to own them, and in pursuit of its childlike and ludicrous goal of getting a 30% profit margin off its Xbox division, it will rip apart every asset it acquired in its ravenous feeding frenzy. By all accounts, Slack Slops was a comparative flop, still a hit by sensible standards, of course, but in relation to the COD series and what shareholding parasites would expect, it failed. Good. Next year will be the first COD-less year since the beginning of my games media career. That's what MS has achieved with the biggest series in the business under its control. It accomplished a massive failure. Bunch of ruinous, moronic, avaricious, dumbass
I haven't followed him in a long while, so this is all new to me.
Nintendo Switch 2, welcome time!
That's a game? That's a fucking game. That sounds like a demonstration demo rather than a game. This cannot be a game. Okay. It's in the title Welcome Tour.
Nintendo sold an instruction
Like a demonstration.
manual for $10 this year. An interactive instruction manual, a glorified demo, a premium pack-in freebie, whatever you want to call it. Nintendo wants to charge money for it. It was tempting to put Mario Kart World on this year's list for ushering forth the age of the $80 game, but at least that was a game. Few things could ever demonstrate the hubristic greed of latter-day Nintendo like Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour. A fucking scam product with such shockingly dreadful demos that to call them minigames is to oversell them by magnitudes. Look at this shit. I mean, look at this shit. This is meant to show off Nintendo's fancy new
This should be
console, is it?
free.
This is how Nintendo wants to herald the successor to one of the most lauded, long-lived and respected gaming systems in history, yeah?
This should
So
be-
naked content would be considered shaped by the standards of a web browser flash game. Your $10 legit gets you barely anything, and it's presented in the most plastic, corporate, sterile way possible. Remember Nintendo Land on Wii U? It wasn't very good, but at least came with Nintendo's trademark personality. What are these featureless characters? They look like they came from a pamphlet about STIs that you'd see in a doctor's office. Appropriate, since Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour has all the charm of a syphilitic corpse. I often call games products as a way of denigrating them, implying a lack of artistic integrity, but to call this a product is to elevate it far beyond its merit. What a statement, though. Calling this $10 con a Welcome Tour pretty much says that the Nintendo Switch 2 is the home of money-grubbing grifts. Welcome to the system of $80 games, $10 frame rates, $20 upgrades for last-gen software,
my
and
God.
all fucking game chat. Welcome to
Press like on the stream. The sentence of the Skibbity Toilets creators, at least it was created by people. Nintendo fucking hates you, yet their fanboys will continue to glaze it.
is a bloody mockery of every Switch 2 buyer, but it's honest in its own sleazy way, a sincere reflection of what Nintendo's fast becoming. A complacent, exploitative, contemptuous corporation helmed by a new breed of executive. A worse breed compared to the likes of Satoru Iwata and Reggie Fils-Aimé. Those men weren't our friends, they were still executives, but they were an ocean of respectability compared to the filth running the entire
Holy
games industry
shit,
into
that's
the ground
sad.
today. A better
That's
class of
actually
criminal,
depressing.
so to speak. It's often been pointed out that Reggie was the guy who pushed to have Wii Sports packed in with the Wii, and it was one of the smartest business decisions ever made in the business. Today's rot merchants would consider such a savvy move far
That looks
too
like
generous, far
Destiny.
too giving, because they're stupid fucking arseholes. So mindlessly greedy, they don't even know how to make money. Not that Welcome Tour would have ever done for the Switch 2 what Wii Sports did. On the contrary, Welcome Tour makes the console it's demonstrating look bloody awful. Nintendo should sue itself for defamation just for selling it. A grift among grifters
Wii
on
Sports
a
was a
grifter's
game,
console,
actually.
Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour is unquestionably one of the shittiest games of 2025. There you go, the top 10 shittiest games
Oh, that's
of
it?
2025. And weren't they excellent examples of the excrementally extraordinary? I hope your past year has been as tolerable as years can be these days, and that the year to come won't be as utterly horrifying as years can get these days. I'll be back in the near future, most likely with a video on YouTube's latest censorship bollocks. That's if said bollocks doesn't get so bad that this entire channel is suddenly...
Oh my god. I guess we're gonna play some Suikoden, and then I'm gonna talk about the peace talks in Ukraine. Well, not in Ukraine, in Florida, Mar-a-Lago thing. Okay, we're gonna talk about Mar-a-Lago. All right, this is gonna be fun. Having fun? Are we having fun? Actually, I'm gonna allow you people to vote, because I know that you hate the games that I like. Okay? I know you hate games that I love. Hello, lovely Peapods and Lucy. Hello, hello. We have a big topic for today. Russia and Ukraine and Poland as well. Actually, since I'm Polish, I'm gonna talk about the Polish aspect. Super Castlevania 4. If I have it, I actually have the Castlevania collection. No, I only have the Castlevania Advance collection. I'm sorry to say, but I only have the Castlevania games that were on the Game Boy Advance. So I don't have Super Castlevania 4. Sorry. Not all of them, just the ones you choose to play regularly. I choose to play all of the games regularly, okay? I am a real gamer. Okay? I'm the realest gamer there is. Also, Castlevania is from the same company as Suikoden. Konami. So you vote, I'm gonna go to the kitchen and check up on my phone. I'll be right back. Don't scream. Don't scream. I still am on stream. Also, press like. The more likes you press, the more apparently the algorithm likes me. We are on the cusp of refreshing things, okay? We're on the cusp of making things better. I believe in you.
Area of Sorrow. If you donate, okay? Black Mesa Signal. Oh yeah, I do have to play. Black Mesa. Finish Black Mesa finally. Listen, I will play Castlevania if you donate. Isn't that right, Dr. Jones? Those are the rules. Those are the rules. Okay, it seems like people do want Suikoden. So we're gonna play a bit of that. And then we're gonna get to the real meat of the potatoes. Remember, the last time we were here, the elves' village got burned or something. Isn't that exciting? Don't you like those filthy elves being taught a lesson? Okay, so we're playing Suikoden 1, the Geirun War. And then Dunan Unification War, because you have 2 Suikodens at the price of 1. Lucy would read Mein Kampf and agreed with it if you donated enough. That's right. So, see if you can get there. Try to get there. Try to donate enough. Try to see if you can get me to that place. The gay war? The gay rune war. With TV. Do I have all my teeth? I have a broken fan. Literally. Please donate so that I can fix it. Or spend the money on a video game. In the tradition of Wick TV. Suikoden has gayness in it? Of course. Of course it does. It has the homoerotic relationship of the protagonist and his, I don't know, servant slash butler, Gremio. There's nothing gayer than that. It doesn't get any more gayer than what is between the protagonist and Gremio, okay? Alright, let's continue this. This is Gremio, and this is the protagonist, Lucifer and Gremio. This is the gayest game ever conceived. Alright? If anybody tries to tell you otherwise, they are lying to you. Wait, is that smoke? I can't be sure. It's coming from the village of the elves. It cannot be. We're too late. No, that's impossible. Commander Lucifer, let's hurry. Wow, the village has been burned. We're gonna kill that boar. We've used the, what do you call it? You call it the Soul Eater room. Wait, I could not kill the boar? It's a vibe, okay? Listen, if a rune is called the Soul Eater, the rune of life and death, wouldn't you think it's a little bit gay? Look at the description of the rune, okay? That's why the Court Magician wants it as well. Look at this. Runes. Soul Eater, one of the 27 true runes. The rune of life and death. Doesn't get any gayer than that, does it? That sounds super gay. Doesn't it? We could be, but you know, donate and we'll see what happens. Wick TV gets more donations than me. Wick TV. That's not fair, is it? Should I go to Ukraine for New Year's? You tell me. Should I spend New Year's here or in Ukraine? You decide. He's a lol cow? Yeah, a rich lol cow. I'm a poor non-lol cow. Apparently everybody with TV is smarter. There you go. Apparently everybody hates me at Wick TV Discord server. Are you at your mom's house? I am. Well, Lucy, have you tried debating incest for the uptenth time? No, you should not go to Ukraine for New Year's, says Gladerin. I thought about it. I thought about going to Ukraine for New Year's. But maybe I'll just go the next day after New Year's. Spend New Year's with my... Or I could do a New Year's stream for those who are sad and lonely like me. It is. This is terrible. We're gonna be talking about Ukraine today, don't worry. How horrifying. All our efforts. That's right, they were in vain. Everything we did was in vain. But why? Why? Please tell me, Commander Lucifart. What was the point of it all? How could this happen? We did everything we could. We were ridiculed and mocked. But still, we did not lose heart. And yet... Kirkis. Yet nothing remains. Everything I tried to protect is gone. I meant to give this ring to Sylvina. Once everything was over. Poor Sylvina. Now this ring is useless, robbed of ever knowing the touch of her finger. There's nothing left for me now. Kirkis, this ring is your hope. You must never lose hope. All it takes is a little hope for us to keep going. Same goes for both humans and elves. Kremio. Young master, let's return to the castle. We must never allow a tragedy like this to be repeated. We must defeat Kwanda Rosman's army and destroy the burning mirror. That's the only way we're getting out of this. Let's go. Sylvina would have wanted that. Oh, I'm not on hormones because I lacked the funds to do so. I'm not on hormones because my doctor is ignoring me, okay? Again. This year gotta talk about Trump's new naval battleship proposal, the USS stop talking about. I'm gonna talk about maybe, I don't know, US bombing Venezuela. Oop. Oh, I shouldn't be holding the microphone. Who? Who is Sarkamit? Who the hell is Sakramitron? I don't even know who that is, and you're asking me about the latest video? I don't know who that is. Okay, I've got a question for you all. Do you feel that... I've got two questions, okay? And you have to answer. If you don't answer, I'll be sad. Do you think it's a good idea for this to become a 100% gaming channel? That's my first question. Because that's the plan. This channel will become 100% for games. And then I will ask you my second question. I don't know who that is. I cannot keep it the way it is. Who the hell are you people? Wait, you're the traitor Valeria. Fancy meeting you here. There's a bounty on your head, you know. Might as well turn yourself in. Also, should I... Good evening, Lucy. Hello, Inkum. Also, should I revive the VTubing avatar for gaming? Young Master, we're surrounded. We may be in trouble here. No, we're not. Maybe, trust me, we're in trouble. No, we're not. I've got the Soul Eater rune. Why would we be in trouble? What would be about politics? I am going to start a new channel just for news and politics. Hey, you there. If I turn myself in, will you promise to not hurt the others? So I would do streams that would be only gaming, and then on that other channel I would be doing streams that are only news and politics. You wanna strike a deal? Fine, I swear on the gods we won't lay a finger on them. Valeria, if they arrest you as a traitor, they'll put you to death for it. I know. Then why? The burning mirror has to be destroyed. Who will do it if we all die here? The Liberation Army must not lose its leader, not now. It's your duty as their leader to stay alive, that's why. Stop, Valeria. You know, Lucifer, you've still got a lot to learn. You mustn't lose sight of the greater good. That's a good girl. Behave yourself now. Men, listen up. Kill the filthy elf, the kobold, and the rest of those traitors. What? But you just swore by the gods. Gods? There are no gods in this day and age. See, atheists are always evil. Ah, they're attacking. Kuromimi will fight. Must not die here. I've lost the best character in the game. And yes, Valeria is the best character in the game. One of the best, anyway. Her rune is very powerful. Oh, I wonder if Fake Alex Hal Parker has uploaded his segments. No. I have to write them. How are you, Inku? Wait, hold on. No way. I'm wounded. Oh, medicine. What is it about? We might watch it. Let's see. We'll see what it's about. Alright, we healed. Oh my god, that's his tongue. About Ukraine, we'll see if it will not interfere with my segment. We won't hold them off much longer. Looks like this is the end of the road. No, it's not. I've defeated them with ease. You all weak. Kuromimi won't give up. That's right. Keep up the tough talk. Come on, man. Let's finish him. Commander Lucifer, we've come to help. What is this? Sir, some bunch of calling themselves the Liberation Army showed up and... What? Retreat! Run for your lives! Sir Matthew, how did you get here? The only way is through the forest. Someone told me about the burning mirror. Kirkis, 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 Kirkis. Oh, how I missed you. Sylvina, but how? You should be a dead corpse. Haha, it's all thanks to me. Stallion was amazing. There was a bright flash and then he came running at incredible speed. Wish you could have seen how fast I ran. That was once in a lifetime escape. Sylvina, oh Sylvina. Hey, don't you want to hear about my great escape? Here's the ring. I guess we should never abandon hope. Gremio, you're gonna rub it in now? That's his name, Stallion. I told you this game was queer, didn't I? You didn't believe me, did you? Who's embarrassed now? Wait, what's going on? A ring? What is this, Kirkis? Well, you know, once everything is over. After you left the castle, Humphrey and Sanchez arrived, and they brought with them the survivors of the old Liberation Army. We now have enough forces to face Kwanda Rosman's army. Commander Lucifer, please give the signal to advance. Alright, deploy the troops. We're gonna have our first war battle in the game. Look at this. This is how real warfare looks like. The battle at Pannu Yakuta. This is how real warfare looks like, okay? Wanda Rosman, I'm going to make you pay for burning down the forest, for burning down our village. Liberation Army, you impudent traitors. I, Wanda Rosman, shall punish you on behalf of His Majesty the Emperor. This is the new Liberation Army's first battle. Please stay focused and give it your utmost, everyone. Alright, come on, here we go. So this is basically rock, paper, scissors. Anything else you'd like me to get in stock for the Liberation Army? Yeah, mister. I am afraid I failed. Wow, okay. That's not cool. Leave it to me. Well, I did it. You acquired 2000 poch. I wanted to know their next move. Here's the plan. Make sure to follow my orders to the letter. Everyone, let's go. This is the only piece of dialogue that the protagonist ever has in this game, I think. The silent protagonist. Everybody, let's go. I'm not doing very well. True Wind Rune, demonstrate your power. They're doing the same thing too. Let's see how many people got this achievement. 61%. A lot of people love Suikoden. Curse, miscreants. It looks like I must resort to the burning mirror. Ha ha ha, I'll use this to burn you all down. Oh no, Kwanda intends to use the burning mirror. What? All troops fall back. No, hold on. Spread out and disperse. We must keep casualties to a minimum. Smart? Smart? I see. They scattered their men to reduce casualties, but it's too late now. Traitors to the Empire, taste your final judgment and die. What's happening? Ho ho ho! Now that's what you get for stealing. Witness the might of our Firewind Cannon. It's the chief of the dwarves. Looks like we made it just in time, young elf. Alright, no you haven't. The elven village is burned and destroyed and all the elves are dead. You have not made it just in time. Alright, now all we gotta do is storm the castle and take Wanda Rosman's head. Let's go, Lucifer. I'm coming too, young master. Please, Commander Lucifer, take me with you. I'll go as well. Alright, who else is coming? Kuromimi go too. Want to save friends. Kuromimi want to go. Alright, let's do this. I don't want to take the kobold, actually. I don't like the idea of taking the kobold with me. Haha, the burning mirror will be shattered with a single shot. It's Kwanda Rosman, one of the 5 great generals. He's a formidable opponent. Be careful. Go, advance, don't look back, kill the Imperials. You know, I was a little scared, to be honest. Phew, we pulled it off somehow. Yes, we did it. We gave those damn Imperials a run for their money. We've defeated the army. All that's left is to hunt Kwanda. Please be careful, Commander Lucifard. Who names themselves Lucifard? Me. Also, it has a D at the end. So technically speaking, it's not Lucifard, it's Lucifard. But yes, the answer is me. Iron Shield. Ooh. Who should I give it to? Valeria? Oh yeah. Look at that. I feel so powerful now. It's like a power fantasy. Would you like to rest? Why is there a maid that allows an intruder to rest? Why didn't she slit my wrists in my sleep? Did you know that apparently that's what happened to Robin Hood? Like, I read the Robin Hood book and it was like, and then Robin Hood went to rest at some place, monastery or whatever, and they slit his wrists and he died. Or slit his throat, I think. What a sad ending to the Robin Hood thing, right? What a depressive end to Robin Hood, wouldn't you say? Don't you agree with me? Don't you agree that the ending to Robin Hood is depressing as hell? I suppose. What do you mean you suppose? What do you mean? You are very heartless. Lucifer is tired. Smell the rain while standing upon abyss. True. Lucifer is a very cool protagonist. Old Book Volume 1. I almost forgot that you collect books in this game. Yeah, but... Wait. Ari Zero makes a commentary about Robin Hood? Look at those perverts. Ready for the picking. Oh. See, Valeria has the best rune in the game. The Falcon rune. This makes her one of the most overpowered characters in the game. Which means this game is woke, because a woman should never be strong in a game. You know? Don't you agree? This is unforgivable that a woman is strong. The wokeness of this game disgusts me. You suppose? Why are you so racist? Also, Era Zero is an anime for perverts. Aha! We are almost done. We're gonna kill a knight. Because there's a perverted protagonist who keeps doing perverted things and dying and then resetting things. Also, everybody's in love with him, as always. Also, it's an isekai anime. How can we make sure that Valeria is a woman? Isn't a woman just a social construct? That's true. I think Valeria identifies as a woman in game, so... A boss. We should bribe it. Oh yeah, that is Era Zero in a nutshell, just Groundhog Day. I'm sure Blueberry did perverted stuff. True. And so does the protagonist of Era Zero. Is the enemy dead? No. Whoa. I think the boss will die this round. Well. Or so I thought. Why did Yukub have to go? Alright. This round he will die. This is the finishing move. This boss has a lot of HP for some reason. Disgusting. This is the last round for sure. Isn't it? Oh my gosh. This is the last round. No way. No way. I can't believe that the boss is not dead yet. There we go. And now the boss is dead. Forever. Well then, you must be the leader of the Liberation Army. Wait, aren't you Tails' boy? I see, so the rumors are true. Tails' son, leading the rebels. Just don't expect me to go easy on you. I was once known as an Iron Wall Rosman. I will again serve as the wall that protects Emperor Barbarossa. Come, come, soldiers of the Liberation Army. Witness my strength, behold the power of the Black Rune, given to me by Lady Windy. In the name of the Empire and His Majesty the Emperor, I shall not let you pass. Victory is decided in an instant. I shall put my all into this strike. I must be more careful. What's the matter? If you won't attack, then I will. This is very easy. Impressive, a worthy opponent indeed. Now prepare yourself. I have defeated my opponent in a duel. Impressive. I never thought you would break through my defenses. You are pretty transparent. Impossible. Lady Windy's Black Rune will shatter to dust. Oh wow. A lot of people actually played this game. You make everyone crazy. You fix them. Kobold, why are you still sane? The Black Rune, it's screaming, my arm. What's going on? Not sure, but it's got something to do with the Black Rune. I think he said something about that. Agonizing scream. Agonizing screams. I guess we can go now. Nah, we should do something. What happened to me? Prepare to die. That's right. This is the vengeance for the lives you've taken. Elf, kobold, I see. Do what you must. It seems your actions are justified. Wait a minute, something's wrong. Are you Commander Lucifer of the Liberation Army? Go on then, cut off my head. This is a fitting end for a warrior. This is vengeance for those you've killed. Something's wrong here. What are you waiting for? Do it, remove my head. I'm getting impatient. Why did you suddenly... Yeah, you're not the same person you were. It's because of this. This burnt rune. Rune? This was the black rune Lady Windy gave me. It holds the power to control monsters. Ironically, I also appear to have been under its sway. Windy cannot be trusted. I wonder if the Emperor is aware of this. But whatever I say matters little now. The only way to atone for what I have done is to accept my fate as a warrior. I agree. I want you to join us. You want me to join you? Ha 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 ha. Me? Join the Liberation Army? I served Emperor Barbarossa for 10 years. And you're asking me to betray him just like that? Yes. That's right. The Emperor is no longer the same man you knew 7 years ago. Perhaps the Emperor I believed in did cease to exist many years ago. Commander Lucifer, allow me to join the Liberation Army. My loyalty to Emperor Barbarossa remains unwavering, but I cannot under good conscience serve His Majesty as he is now. Cool. Congratulations, Commander Lucifer. Your first battle was a great success. Kuromimi. Oh, mommy. Oh boy. Oh, mama. Kuromimi. Big bro. It appears the spell has been broken. Thank you, Commander Lucifer. What will you do now? My village is gone, and something tells me my war is not over yet. As long as your war continues, I'd like to keep fighting as well. Commander Lucifer, please allow me to join the Liberation Army. And me! Oh, me as well. Not you, Sylvina. It's too dangerous. Nope. I'm not letting you out of my sight again, Kirkis. And I'm joining too. Kuromimi fight too. Everyone healed but Kanchi's still sick. I no longer have a place to return to either. Let me also fight so that I can prevent such tragedy from ever happening again. Commander Lucifer, you've grown so much through this battle. See how many have gathered under your banner. Come then. Let's head back to the Pond Castle. Alright, let's go. Let's get the best item in the game. Let's do this. Oh no. 3 months after defeating Kwanda Rosman's army. This is my room. Oh, young master, is something the matter? Yes, something is the matter. Woohoo! Wonder when supper is ready. Master Lucifer, are you thinking about your father? Oh yeah. What do you want? That's so rude. I'm your leader. I'm your boss. And you're so mean to me. It's Fleek. My base is pretty big, isn't it? Hello, my cafe. Look at this. This is my special castle. I may be a member of the Liberation Army now, but I still can't believe how much the Emperor has changed. Well, you know, it happens. Happens to the best of us. Yeah, I'm in Poland right now. But I will soon return to Ukraine to do more reporting on the war. This lack of fighting is making my sword antsy. Seeing his happy face reminds you of when we were young. Are you old now? Commander Lucifer, I'm glad I joined the Liberation Army. Together we'll defeat the Empire. Well said, you pervert. I'm at my mom's place with Fido. I might even spend the New Year's here. Now, what was the spell again? It's completely slipped my mind. Oh well. Wait. Where's my blinking mirror? Have I not been given it? Okay, I have to Google something. Has the game glitched out? Oh, wait, really? Huh. It's crazy. Hey, why isn't Odessa here? Isn't this supposed to be the new Liberation Army's headquarters? After our hideout was attacked, I gathered the scattered survivors of our army and we finally managed to make our way here only to find this mess. What the hell's going on? Wait, is that you, Lucifer? Where is Odessa? Why isn't she here to greet us? Well, she dead, boy. She's dead. You must be Sir Fleek. Yeah? And who are you? I'm Matthew Silverberg, Odessa's brother. I serve as the Liberation Army's chief military strategist. Odessa's brother? Okay, so why isn't she the one greeting us? She's here, isn't she? She's dead. Odessa is dead. Matthew! No! What? So the rumor is that she's missing. Commander Lucifer, shall I tell him? But Odessa's final wish. Odessa made her final wish to keep the Liberation Army from falling apart. But now that we've rebuilt it, it's time we told the truth. What's this? What are you hiding? What do you mean Odessa is dead? Answer me, Lucifer. We cannot keep it a secret forever. Many already have their suspicions. Odessa was killed during the attack on the hideout at Planan Camp. What? Victor, how could you let that happen? You were supposed to protect her. Forgive me, Flick. Odessa was concerned about the future of the Liberation Army right until her last breath. I see. And I suppose Lucifard was appointed as her successor. That's correct. You cannot be serious, Humphrey, Sanchez. You just went along with this and let it happen? How could he, of all people, replace Odessa? We need a leader, and Lucifard is doing well. Calm down now, Fleek. Wasn't there a reason you came here? Sure, I came here for a reason. One to be shared with Odessa, not you, Lucifard. Humphrey, Sanchez, I'll be staying at the inn in Kaku. If you change your minds, come join me. Unless you actually plan on sticking around with this lot. Bye. Commander Lucifard, I believe Flick is in shock after hearing about Lady Odessa's death. He's not usually like this. He's worse. We should sit down and have a proper talk with Flick. After all, he was Vice Commander of the Liberation Army. Agreed. Right now we need all the help we can get. Odessa is. Then Lady Odessa is. Was it during that attack on the hideout? I cannot believe it. Is that so? If we can get Sir Flick and the survivors of the old Liberation Army, he brought with him to join us. Can I change party members? I guess not. That is so sad, isn't it? Look, I have an elevator here. Isn't it cool to have an elevator? I have an elevator of my own. There we go. Ground floor. Wait, what's wrong with the controller all of a sudden? So how is everybody doing? Are you waiting for the good news? Oh look, there's a dragon here. Ride the boat. Where's the inn? Oh yeah. So about it, boss. Wanna play around? Tell you what, if you win, I'll join you. Okay. Alright, let's do this. Yeah, let's do this. I know how to play the game. Yeah. Ha, loser. Hello, Philip August. Ha, loser. Oh boy. I guess I win. You're a lucky guy, and lucky guys can accomplish anything. Think I'll throw my chips with you. Alright. We recruited a gambler into the Liberation Army. That's impressive, isn't it? Alright, let's go talk to Fleek now. Isn't this Kako? Isn't this place Kako? Oh, this is Fleek. I agree with Fleek. You're not our leader, not our president. Fleek is inside. He's in a state of shock. Hello. Lucifer, Victor, I've been expecting you to. Forgive me, Fleet. I failed Odessa and now she's... Quit blaming yourself, Victor. Odessa used to say to me, you should be more aware of your role as a leader. Those words have been coming back to haunt me. Perhaps she knew her death was imminent, and yet I could not live up to her expectations. Fleet? I've been so enraged by her death, I even forget my purpose for coming here. No wonder she gave up on me. Lucifer, I still cannot accept you as our leader, but now is not the time for personal grievances. That's why I want to ask, will you fight alongside us? Of course. Good, thank you. Now we can rescue those we left behind. Well then, I'll assemble our troops and take them to the castle on the lake. Lucifer, we should head back to the castle too. You farting Lucifer. Oh, I think the base upgraded. Slightly, because I recruited more people. The fortress of Garan is west of Conan. There are around 6,000 troops guarding it. Commander Lucifer, Sir Flick wishes to speak with you. Looks like everyone's here. Now then, listen up. After the attack on our hideout at Lenan Camp, I fled west towards Milich's domain. Milich. You're speaking of Milich Oppenheimer, the flower general of the 5 great generals. Right. I was gathering the scattered remnants of the Liberation Army. Socialist says, hey Lucy, do you know there's a tool that can improve frame rate throughout generative interpolation? It's called lossless scaling. It would trade off of little artifacts and it can increase FPS. Yeah, I've seen my best friend use it. I've seen my best friend using it every day now. And I was wondering what that was. Suddenly, the Empire intensified their crackdown on the rebel factions, and many of our comrades were captured. Burp? Oh, I should get it if I have the money. That was when I heard about the new Liberation Army and made my way here. We must fight together to liberate Milich's domain in the west. Agreed. If we combine Sir Flick's forces with our own, we should be able to break through the entrance to the west. Garan Fortress Commander Lucifer, what do you think? Very well, prepare to depart. Understood. We will begin preparations immediately. Immediately. Yes, it's on sale for £2 or £4, something in terms of my currency. Yeah, but I don't have any money on my bank account. Liberation Army? Never heard of it. Huh? You mean the guys who defeated General Kwanda's army? That's right. Bitches. This is it, young master. Please be careful. Aw, Gremio. Gremio. Let's go, Pan. Right, come on, here we go. Leave it to me. I did it. Okay, you failed, motherfuckers. Anything else you'd like me to suck for the Liberation Army? If you fail as well, I'm gonna be pissed. Well, screw you! Oh my god. Wind Rune, show your power. Time for show what an elf can do with a bow. Listen to my plan. Everyone, let's go. This is real warfare. This is the brutality of war. Congratulations, our forces were victorious. We did it! We beat the Imperial Army! The Liberation Army has won! Ha 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 ha! Is that all I've got? Turns out the Imperial Army is all bark but no bite. Phew! Oh, young master, are you okay? Good old Gremio. You sure haven't changed. Master Lucifer, let's attack immediately and finish them off. Wait, Commander Lucifer. We shouldn't charge in blindly without understanding our opponent's strategy. I suggest we send out a reconnaissance team to assess the situation, of course. No, we've caught the enemy off guard. This is our chance to attack. All of you, follow me. Oh my god. Leak is so stupid. This is what you get when you don't listen to Matthew. It's gonna be a lesson in humility, okay? Matthew is the best strategist in the world. Fools, I shall show you just how wonderful my Antwoodewude is. Be careful, something isn't right. True Wind Rune, demonstrate your... It's no use, all forces retreat. Well done, Victor. See you, Emily. Those damn roses, we can't get anywhere near the enemy. This is not looking good. Perhaps we should send out a reconnaissance team after all. Alright, I'm coming along, Lucifer. I'll join you as well. I've yet accept you as my commander. This will be a good opportunity to observe if you truly have what it takes to be a leader. I hate you, Flick. You're an idiot. And of course, I will go too, young master. Gremio, stay here. What are you talking about, Victor? Who will protect the young master if I'm not there? Don't you get it, Gremio? Lucifer can take care of himself now. He's the leader of the Liberation Army, for crying out loud. Not some kid who needs your protection. Oh, they're trying to break up the power couple of Gremio and Lucifer. I think Victor is just a homophobe, to be honest with you. Okay? I think Victor is just being homophobic. That's what's happening here. It's because they're gay for each other. You don't have to separate them. But that's no reason why I shouldn't go with you. After leaving my village, I spent years traveling from place to place. I met folks from all walks of life, experienced all kinds of things. That's why I sometimes get these hunches. Gremio, you gotta stay here. This must be some kind of joke. Young master, you wouldn't actually leave me behind, would you? Stay here, Gremio. Fine, come with us. Thank you, young master. Kindness alone does not make a leader, Lucifer. A celebration army, of course they're all furiously gay for each other. Of course. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I've got 2 more spaces. Yes, I would. Who do I add? I guess I can add... What a roster. The stairs. The stairs are... What the fuck? You cannot be serious. What the fuck was that? Did you see that? Did you see what just happened? That enemy just ate Flick. This cannot be real. Their name is Quincy. I may be just a hunter now, but someday I'll make a name for myself. Join you? Well, let me think. Liberation Army, Imperial Army. Still hard to tell who the winner will be. I want to make sure I bet on the winning horse, so I'll consider joining you when you have a few more recruits. Say about 46 more. Aha, now there's a familiar face. Still keeping up with what I taught you about using that staff? So the stories are true, Lucifer. You really are the leader of the Liberation Army. Now I'm not judging, it's the path you have chosen. Still, I hate to imagine what Theo would think. Alright kiddo, your old pal Kai has got your back. As a master with this boss staff, I morphed at least 100 men. Ha ha ha. I'm gonna put him in the party because he has a really good unite. He has a real good joint attack with the protagonist. So I'm gonna put him in the party. Is that okay? Do you approve of my choice? Do you approve of me? So I guess we're getting rid of Cleo. But first there are a few things that I need to do. Let's recruit this lady. Who are you? Let me think. Am I strong enough for you now? Fine, you look pretty strong, so I'll join you. There you go. See? I'm doing very well with the recruitment. My recruitment strategy is foolproof. It is sound and logical. Anybody else here that I can recruit? Are you proud of me for having recruited so many cool individuals? How much poch do I have anyway? 42,000 poch. That's a respectable amount. Hold on. Aww. Wait, I have to go to a different village real quick. Oh, you do that at the blacksmith. Oh, okay, you only have... Huh. I never realized you did that with blacksmith. Where is there a where is there a save point? Ah, yeah, I remember now. You save at an inn. And I do have an inn. That's good. That's nice. I do have an inn. Alright, let's... Liberation Army. Alright, let's see. How do I recruit that trickster? I might have to look up a thing. I do wanna recruit all the characters on this playthrough. Second floor, I think. Oh, be quiet. Attach rune pieces. Lightning rune piece to fleet. Because it makes sense. I'm gonna attach them all to Fleek because Fleek is actually very much a lightning person. Wow, maximum. Alright, you better let me rest for free here. Can I rest for free here? Where's the end? Maybe it's the first floor? That's right. Hello, Vladimir. Alright, let's go to the end. We're gonna save game. We're gonna rest first. You must be tired. I would have been so pissed if she actually charged. Alright. Let's see about that video. Let's see about that video. I'm gonna do the unthinkable, and I'm actually going to what do you call it? I'm gonna do the unthinkable, and I'm actually going to turn on the browser this time. How's that sound? Hold on. Let me go through my bookmarks because this one's going to be a doozy, of course. Okay. Let's start with the negotiations themselves because it all starts here. All of this whole shit show starts here. Okay, there we go. Oh my goodness. There are a few things that I just cannot. Dark FBK says Putin assassination, count me in. Unfortunately, it's a fake assassination. Unfortunately, there's no Putin assassination. Unfortunately, it's just a ploy to derail the peace negotiation. Hello, Dark FBK. This whole thing is a shit show. We're gonna talk about it, and I don't know. I don't know what to say. I mean, I do know what to say. I'm just saying that I don't know what to say for a fact, but I in fact very much know what to say. And what I'm gonna say is a lot of angry words. But first, let me check that video that Estelle linked before. Because apparently it's a good one. Let's see. Actually, let's see. Before I get pissed. I have actually turned on the browser, right? Yeah. Okay, this is 38 minutes long. Let's see. How did we get here? Oh my god. How did we get here? Indeed. 77.9 point subscribers. All right, I've heard good things about this. So, without further ado, let's do this.
There's a lie the Germans started telling after Russia invaded Ukraine. It goes something like this. We Germans, because of the legacy of Ostpolitik, naively put our faith in the precepts of liberal IR theory, which states that the more countries do business with each other, the less likely they are to go to war with each other. And it was because of that faith that Germany intertwined its industrial sector with Russian natural resources, in the hopes that it would deter Russia from getting aggressive with Europe.
That's not how that works, okay? Like it's a lot more complicated than that. Like the European Union was, well, NATO was created to keep Germany down, you know, because Germany for the longest time, well, in recent history at least, was considered the aggressive country. Russia was not actually considered in Europe the most aggressive country. That was reserved for Germany, or more specifically, the Prussian component of Germany, the one that united Germany before World War I, because there was no such thing as a united Germany before. You had a lot of different little fiefdoms, kingdoms, duchies, and then came Prussia and united those into Germany. And then that united Germany invaded France. But was it before? Yeah, it was before. Because first you had the Prussian-Austrian War, I believe, which Austria had lost. Then you had the unification of Germany, and then you had the invasion onto France, which created the seething hatred that France had for Germany, which in turn influenced the peace negotiations that happened in 1919. That is the timeline. So remember, Germany was considered a militaristic, aggressive place in Europe up until World War II. And some far-right politicians actually still use the rhetoric of aggressive Germany in domestic Polish politics. I think I'm going to make a segment about this because very recently the Polish president has made a speech in which he said, well, he announced the defense of the western border. Okay? There was a commemoration of a very famous Polish uprising, the only successful Polish uprising in history, I might add. And the Polish president did not skip a beat to speak about securing the western border against dangers from Germany. Actually, the far right in Poland has created a whole narrative about Germany rebuilding its empire and wanting to conquer Poland, but that's neither here nor there. We're not here to talk about that today. The fact is that it is misguided to think that business alone will deter aggressive countries from wanting to expand, especially when it comes to Russia. And the thing that kept Germany down is not just business, okay? There's a lot more. It's the fact that Germany was not the most powerful thing after countries united under a union, the European Union and NATO. If there was a structure akin to if Russia was surrounded by a bunch of countries that would have relatively similar strength to it, then it probably could not be as aggressive as it is now. You know? It could not be. This is exactly why the so-called CIS has failed. Well, what does CIS stand for? The Commonwealth of Independent States, I think. Like, it was supposed to be the Eastern Europe slash friends. It used to be the ex-Soviet Union countries equivalent of the European Union. It was a military, an economy. It was a whole. Right after the fall of the Soviet Union, it was decided that a big bloc that would unite those countries economically and militarily would be created, and that countries that used to be in the Soviet Union would join it. Ukraine joined it, actually. And it turned out to be a failure, and the big reason for it was that Russia took on a very dominant and bullying role in this whole endeavor. There was no chance for the other countries to suppress and, well, contain Russia, so to speak, just like the European Union and NATO contained Germany. So I guess we got a little bit of history in.
It would make Germany more dependent.
Like, just business is not enough.
On Russian gas, but it would
especially since we're talking about pretty deep ideological difference as well. Russia is very much opposed to liberalism. Russia is very much opposed to democracy. Russia is opposed to many things on a state level that the degenerate West represents. So definitely there are things that business alone just cannot. There are certain gaps that doing business as usual cannot bridge, as Trump is learning throughout this year. Okay, you cannot just throw business proposals and hope for the best and confidently think that it'll solve the entire problem. Okay?
also make Russia more dependent on Germany for hard currency. There's one problem, though. The Nord Stream pipelines weren't built to increase Germany and Russia's interdependency. You see, the pipelines weren't actually built to increase the volume of gas going from Russia to Germany. Physical capacity had never been the constraint. The volume of Russia's interdependence. There's one problem, though. Gas, but it would also mean getting aggressive with Europe. Sure, it would make Germany more dependent on Russian gas, but it would also make Russia more dependent on Germany for hard currency. There's one problem, though. The Nord Stream pipelines weren't built to increase...
Oh, by the way, the Nord Stream pipelines was something that Poland was opposed to from day one. Poland was opposed to Nord Stream. Even if Germany tries to spin a tale of Poland or any other countries in the region never opposing Nord Stream, yeah, those countries did oppose it. And also, I'm not sure if this YouTuber is going to state it outright, but Nord Stream were built to bypass those countries. Poland and a few others. Russia did it to bypass them, not to need to go through their territory anymore.
And Russia's interdependency. You see, the pipelines weren't actually built to increase the volume of gas going from Russia to Germany. Physical capacity had never been the constraint. Rather, the Baltic Sea pipelines were designed to be a replacement rather than an addition to the network of already existing overground pipelines.
There you go. Poland, Belarus, Ukraine. There you go. That was the whole purpose of the Nord Stream, to just bypass those countries.
Because those overground pipelines travel over Ukraine and Poland, and since around
exactly.
in 2004, when Yushchenko became president of Ukraine, Putin has throttled gas deliveries through those pipelines as a political tool, which in turn cuts off Western Europe. The Nord Stream pipelines are there so that the German economy doesn't get hurt when Russia gets into a political dispute with Ukraine or Poland. That's not an increase in interdependence between Germany and Russia, it's a decrease in interdependence between Germany and Russia on one side and Poland and Ukraine on the other. If you go by the theory of naive liberalism about how trade reduces the risk of war, theoretically what the Germans would be doing is making a Russian invasion of Ukraine more likely. That's why the countries of Eastern Europe complained so bitterly about the Nord Stream pipeline. It wasn't...
Yep. And Germany tried to deny that, by the way. So, we're like, nobody complained when we were doing it. Yeah, Poland did.
That the Germans were naive liberals and the Eastern Europeans were hard-nosed realists. Rather, the Eastern Europeans saw it as the Germans intentionally making a war more likely according to their shared liberal IR precepts, which is exactly what the Germans were doing. Knowingly. They just did it anyway because they wanted the money. And it's easy to take calculated risks with someone else's country.
True. I agree so far. So far, this video is on point. That is exactly what happened. And that is exactly what we, the countries of the region, knew it would happen.
The importance of that pipeline wasn't that it made Germany vulnerable to Russian economic warfare.
And this is, by the way, why when Germany demanded the extradition of the person, the Ukrainian suspect of blowing up Nord Stream 2, Poland refused to do it. Poland refused to give up that suspect. And this created a lot of tension between Poland and Germany recently.
Importance was that it sent the signal to Russia that Germany was ready and willing to sell the Ukrainians out in case of war. And that goes straight to what the war in Ukraine is about. The West, and even the Ukrainians themselves to some extent, didn't take the job of deterring a full-blown Russian invasion seriously because they thought Putin must have known somewhere deep inside that Ukraine was a real country, and that a war to invade a country of...
Well, it's more than that. To a lot of Ukrainians, like a lot of Ukrainian people, for a while... I'm gonna continue when I drink. There were quite a lot of Ukrainian people that actually believed in the whole Russia and Ukraine being brotherly nations crap. A lot of people that I interviewed actually said that they were shocked when the invasion happened, that they did not believe that it would happen, that there was a lady that I remember interviewing that said that she used to think that Ukraine having a military was just unnecessary. Why spend money on the military in Ukraine when we have Russia to protect us. She actually said that she genuinely thought like that. And then the full-scale invasion happened and whoops. That did not pan out, did it? That ended up in a mess. Okay. But yeah, a lot of people actually believed it, actually thought, yeah, Russia's on our side. We're actually very close. We're brotherly nations. A lot of us speak Russian. We have relatives in Russia. So why would they attack us? Why would they be against us? And then bam, the very rude awakening. Okay. There was a very, very brutal awakening. And then suddenly all those relatives in Russia started playing defense for the full-scale invasion, but that's neither here nor there. I also interviewed quite a lot of people that said that their relatives cheered on Russia as their daughters, sons, grandchildren were bombed. Like one lady told me that she was on the phone chatting with her father who lives in Russia, and she was like, we're getting bombed. We're hiding in the basement right now. And the father's response was, yeah, well, Ukraine deserves it. Okay, I think it's a good thing that your city is being bombed. You know? The lady hiding in the basement with the guy's grandchildren. Insanity. Insane. But, you know, that is one of the tragedies of this conflict.
40 million people could be made unwinnable with minimal effort, but the Russians don't think Ukraine is a real country. So unless the West pulled out all the stops to intervene, they assumed Ukraine would just fall over like a house of...
I mean, Russia also doesn't think that Poland is a real country. Russia think that all Slavic countries are basically just Russia. Actually, I've started encountering these things on Twitter. Those diagrams that say that Polish people are actually Russians because DNA wise, Polish people come from further east, so it's all Russians.
Deterring Russia would have required something extreme, and no one wanted to make that commitment.
The president is...
Also, I've read very early biographies of Putin. Like those very early biographies that were written by people, and it's so disturbing to read them. Do you know why? Very early in Putin's career, people have written and published biographies. And do you know what the most depressing and disturbing thing about those biographies is? Okay. That the authors straight up wrote, okay, the authors of those biographies straight up wrote, yeah, Putin is kind of cracking down on freedom. He is cracking down on freedom of the press. He is cracking down on freedom of speech. But you know what? Western countries are sort of turning a blind eye on it because we want to do business. I'm like, what? Holy shit. That is so depressing that everybody knew from the very start. Nobody even pretended not to see it. Nobody pretended not to understand what kind of person Putin was. Like the biographers literally just wrote, everybody's pretending not to see that Putin is destroying democracy within Russia, but, you know, business is business, money is money. Okay? And now we are where we are.
Expected to warn President Putin there will be real costs if Russia invades Ukraine.
We have made clear to Moscow that we will respond resolutely.
Well, no, you know what? That's a lie. Nobody responded resolutely. If the response really was resolute, then we would not be now in this mess with Trump. This shitty mess that I'm going to be talking about later. That's gonna be a segment. Oh my god, if that's gonna be a segment among segments.
Including with a range of what we have called high impact economic measures that we've reframed.
Those sound effects are so fitting. Oh my god, the Shadow Fleet is still operating. In fact, I'm gonna say it. Ukraine has imposed harsher sanctions than the West by attacking the refineries and attacking the Shadow Fleet directly, okay? Economic measures. That's so pathetic. It is so pathetic that Russia has been able to just brush off the sanctions. I mean, not brush off the sanctions. The sanctions are hurtful, but Russia's much better off than it should be, okay? It's much better off. And of course, don't get me started on the military aid. The little bit of a drip aid that's been given to Ukraine. That kind of sort of helped it to survive, but was not enough for it to win. And now we're in the peace talks. The peace talks that are not going anywhere. Trump is, of course, saying that we're closer to peace than ever before. We're making strides. We're closer than ever for a breakthrough. But you know what? I don't buy it. Especially after today, I don't buy it. You're going to hear all the reasons. I'm going to list all the reasons why I've been saying all along that those negotiations will not lead anywhere. And I will be continuing to report on the war going into the upcoming year. That's going to be happening. Sorry to say. You know.
From using in the past.
So, Russia invaded Ukraine.
Oh, the video is talking about that. But you know, I want to talk about that on my own. Oh, it's from 3 days ago. So no, the video cannot talk about that. The video cannot talk about what happened today. Okay? The video is not going to be talking about certain things. So I guess I still have a chance for a separate segment. There's still a chance for me to say something original that the video will not say. You know, I'm still useful. I'm still useful over here. All right, I'm not useless.
It started before dawn. Ukraine woke to explosions around the capital, Kiev.
The months-long build-up of Russian troops on the border with Ukraine.
Oh yeah, actually, I actually thought in 2014 that Russia would go all in for some reason. I actually was kind of worried in 2014 that Russia would not stop and would just move further into Ukraine. You know? That was actually a thing that Polish people were worried about all the way back when the war in Donbass started.
Has turned now into an invasion.
But then a weird thing happened. To understand it, though, you have to understand Russia's war goals. When Russia first invaded Ukraine, they were hoping to overthrow the government and replace it with one that would be more Lukashenkoan.
I was about to say that. I mean, everybody knows that. Everybody knows that Russia wanted to turn Ukraine into Belarus 2.0. That was a thing already back in 2014. That is what people talk about when they speak of the Euromaidan. That is, they say that they just didn't want to end up like Belarus. And that's true. But of course, there will always be brain-dead idiots from the West that will say that it was a coup, that it was all backed by the CIA, the phone call, and all that crap. But the reality is that Ukrainian people just simply did not want to end up like Belarus.
An action which the Kremlin thought would be greeted with either cheers or at least indifference from regular...
Like Belarus is separate from Russia, just in name at this point. In all but name.
Ukrainian citizens. When it was clear that couldn't happen, what then was Russia fighting for? Well, when they're asked, they don't really give straight answers.
А берем мы Киев или не берем, а может до Берлина дойдем, а может быть до Лиссабона. Надо бы сказать конкретно. Не надо говорить конкретно.
They can't give a straight answer, of course, because the real answer is...
Well, it's not about not being able to give a straight answer. They usually just give 5 or 6 different straight answers. One is the defense of the Russian speakers, like defense against the genocide of the Russian speakers in the eastern parts of Ukraine, which is very interesting considering that those very same Russian speakers are being bombed now every single day. The second is NATO expansion. That's also one of the reasons that Russia gives regularly about why it invaded. Satanism, believe it or not, has been given as a reason for the full-scale invasion. I've heard Russian politicians and pundits talk about the rise of Satanism in Ukraine. And then you have the denazification angle. We have to denazify Ukraine. That's reason number 4. Anti-LGBT, we're fighting degeneracy. J.K. Rowling is being censored. That actually, unironically, was one of the reasons given by Vladimir Putin himself, was talking about trans people. And of course, there's also one of the newest ones. Very recently, during a speech, Putin said that it was actually the US that invaded Russia via Ukraine. Like, I guess Joe Biden's, because this is important to stress, to appease Trump, that Joe Biden's America invaded Russia by using Ukraine, and then Europe joined in on the invasion. And now the United States president changed. So it is now Trump. And now it's just the warmongering Europe continuing its, I don't know, its road to conquest. It's selfish, despicable, conquest-driven invasion of Russia. Because as we all know, Ukraine is the aggressor and Russia is just defending itself, I guess. So yeah. That's, yeah. Philip August says, my lefty friend said that the special military operation was launched to end US imperialism and liberate the... Yeah, of course. Mm-hmm. Interesting. If 6 answers are given that aren't enough by themselves, then there's no straight answer. I mean, there are 6 different straight answers given on different occasions.
Is just too humiliating. If they were to just cut their losses and withdraw back to the February 22nd line, the Americans would laugh at them. And clearly sending hundreds of thousands of kids to their death is preferable to that. But when you're only fighting to save face, you can do things like pretend you never intended to sack the capital at all. That losing the entirety of your special forces behind enemy lines in a suburban airport parking lot was just a masterful gambit to distract everyone from the real prize, Sloviansk Kramatorsk.
True. And also I still remember that Russian vehicles at the beginning of the war had rotten tires because the maintenance of the equipment was so bad. That was the beginning of the war, was so embarrassing for Russia. Unfortunately for all of us, along the way, Russian troops have been learning, and Russia, as time went on, became more and more competent during this war. But the beginning, oh God, the beginning was so embarrassing. It was horrible.
They also
thank God
can't take. Normally, this kind of ass covering would not work, but in this case, in this specific war, Russia found a co-conspirator in its desire to push this narrative: Ukraine. The Ukrainians, of course, know exactly what they've been fighting for, and it was at that moment, when Russia's attack on the capital collapsed, that they saw their ultimate prize, the chance to roll back the clock all the way to 2014. So when Russia started saying that...
God, I wish that happened. I wish that happened. That would have been so beautiful. But unfortunately, the incompetence of the West has... That goal has...
So long as they didn't lose all the territory they had won in the first few days of the war, they were still winning the war. Ukrainians were eager to agree that so long as Russia still had a foothold in Ukraine, it would still constitute a Russian victory, and therefore Russia would come out of any compromise emboldened to launch further attacks on Ukraine and even other parts of Europe. So, hint hint, the West better send more aid. This is not to say the Ukrainians are wrong. At the end of the day, the perception of power is power. If everyone...
I mean, from Polish perspective, I remember the very first days of the invasion, the very first days when I said, and there were people that were saying, no, Lucy, that's not right. You're so wrong about this. And I said, you know what? I actually think that if Poland were to be attacked, if Ukraine lost and Poland were to be attacked, I actually don't think that Western Europe would come in to save Poland. I don't think Article 5 would do jack shit for Poland. I think that the Western countries would say, well, Poland used to be in the Soviet sphere. Do we really want to risk the nuclear war? Do we really want to? Do we though? And now NATO is a little bit less than guaranteed under Donald Trump, and all the things that I've been saying from the first days of the invasion seem to be a lot more on the table for people than back then. Like, I already did not believe that Article 5 would save Poland in 2022 under Biden. And now, what am I supposed to say now under the current political leadership of the United States?
Goes with the narrative that Russia won, Russia will be emboldened to do more stupid shit. And for a while, it didn't seem to matter. Ukraine seemed poised to win outright.
Moving overseas, and Ukrainian troops are making major gains in the country's south and northeast, putting Russian forces on the back foot.
Tonight, Ukraine is on the offensive and quickly gaining ground, reclaiming the largest swath of Russian-controlled territory since April.
But after the first...
Yes, because Russia was extremely, I have to stress this, I cannot stress this enough, Russia was extremely incompetent when it invaded. It actually, Russian soldiers apparently expected to be greeted with flowers. I still remember this little anecdote from the beginning of the war when Russian soldiers were talking to civilians, and there was some implication that they were told that they'd be poisoned. They were the invaders.
With victories, a new problem started to crop up. By winning, Ukraine was whittling away its opportunities to, well, win. What was working to Ukraine's advantage was that the Russians were overstretched. The Russians lost control of 7% of Ukrainian territory, about 16,000 square miles, and were forced back to the east side of the Dnieper River. But by being pushed back across the river, the Russians suddenly had 300 fewer kilometers it needed to defend, and 16,000 square miles it no longer needed to occupy. For any further offensive, the Ukrainians would be increasingly pushing a boulder uphill. But conversely, Russia's in no position to take advantage and strike back, because Russia is fighting a war.
And of course, there's the problem that there was a lot of wasted opportunity here. The fact that the West is so afraid of Russia's nuclear potential. Yeah, we cannot forget about that ever. That it's all about that nuclear escalation ladder. And the fact that Europe and the United States have not been the best when it comes to the timely delivery of aid, and of course the quantity of the aid delivered.
War of conquest. It can't advance without committing more troops and resources behind the line in order to manage its occupation, which is why, since 2022, Russia has launched its offensive almost exclusively through barren fields and small towns. Every advance mobilizes more Ukrainians to fight, because more territorial defense units get activated, and Ukrainians in the West get more nervous about the general outcome of the war and are willing to take on more risk. Even with America out of the war, Russia just doesn't have the tools to capture a city of 1 million like Zaporizhia, let alone hold it, even though, on paper, it's already been annexed to Russia. This combination of forces just kind of lends itself to a stalemate. The battle line is settled on an equilibrium point where Russia and Ukraine are equally matched.
This war has now become a war of attrition, where the Ukrainians are paying a high price.
The midwit interpretation of this situation is that Russia has to win such a war of attrition, because it's bigger and has more stuff. So obviously...
I mean, technically speaking, if the West how should I say it? If the West pulled its shit together, then Ukraine would have more stuff. And the fact that, again, Russia is more, how should I put it? Russia has more dependable allies than Ukraine. Like, it is very sad that Iran, North Korea, and China, of course, let's not forget. China may say that it doesn't, but it absolutely does support Russia. There are more dependable allies. North Korea has been giving weapons in big quantities to Russia. North Korea has been giving troops to Russia. Iran has been giving drones to Russia in pretty big quantities. And now, based on the blueprints, Russia's producing their own Shaheeds. And of course, there's China buying Russia's energy and delivering components for Russian weapons industry. It's a mess. And while in the meantime, the West has been dripping aid, while also buying energy from Russia, by the way. So this whole thing has been a giant embarrassing mess. The support for Ukraine from the West has been lackluster. And now the United States under Trump just became an ally of Russia.
And will run out first. But there are good reasons to think a war of attrition actually favors Ukraine. Ukraine is fighting a defensive war, which means it loses materiel and men at a much lower rate, and it can more easily mobilize its economy to total war since there's much less internal dissension compared to Moscow. Ukraine isn't already mobilizing now because it doesn't have to, because Russia is also afraid of throwing in too many resources.
Yeah.
So while Russia's cheering section in the media is sure Russia will win a war of attrition, the Russian Ministry of Defense is a lot less confident. So Russia tried to make up for what it couldn't get on the battlefield by using psychological pressure, by which I mean, of course, killing random civilians.
New burst of grief in Ukraine's increasingly under fire capital. Relatives mourn not at gravesides, but by the newly covered.
This is exactly what my current trip has been about, by the way. Doing interviews with people that have been victims of such attacks. I've interviewed families that have survived such attacks. And of course, they have told me a lot about their dead neighbors, about the dead children, about, all of the consequences. I've interviewed a small 8-year-old girl that needed 3 surgeries after such a drone attack. And no, I'm not afraid. At this point, I'm not afraid, like at all. Maybe I'll be more afraid if I start doing more risky stuff, but no. So yeah, I'm hoping to do more interviews with civilian victims of such attacks, drones, missiles, and mines, with a focus on child victims.
The bodies of the dead, a 9-year-old girl, her mother, and another woman killed on Children's Day.
And well, it works. Constant daily drone.
The saddest part of it all is that when I interviewed people that died during an attack on the Children's Cancer Hospital, apparently the Children's Cancer Hospital was not the only place that was attacked that day. A building block was attacked as well. 13 people in that building died, and I think 5 children. There were 5 children among the victims, and the saddest thing of all is that quite a few people during that attack, during that strike on the building block, were refugees that survived by escaping the most attacked cities in the east during the beginning of the war. There were people from Mariupol, for example, that became refugees by running away from Mariupol. They survived Mariupol only to be killed by a missile in Kyiv. What a twist. What a cruel twist, right?
attacks take a hell of a toll on people's sanity. Ukrainians started to doubt that they could make it through the war without losing it long enough to win a war of attrition, even while the line stood perfectly firm on the battlefield. So, Ukraine increasingly, desperately started looking to the Americans not just to give them the tools to survive, but the tools to roll back the Russian occupation in toto, and quickly. But the Pentagon was sort of at a loss for how to provide that.
In terms of their ability to win, the first step in winning is believing that you can win.
You see, here's the thing. At the risk of making sweeping generalizations about a subject about which I have no real-world experience, as far as I can tell, the American Army doesn't really have a ground war doctrine. On paper it has a ground war doctrine, but in practice, America's ground war doctrine is...
Thanks to the global coalition, including all of you here today, and to our other partners.
Together with our partners, America is training and equipping the Syrian opposition to be a counterweight.
Together with our partners.
With our partners.
Our partners.
Our partners. Our partners. With our partners.
Yeah, but America does have a military industry, okay? It can produce weapons. So it also has thousands upon thousands of tanks that it could be given to Ukraine. So let's not bullshit ourselves and try to pretend that the US just does not have weapons to give. Yes, it does. It has given a pittance of an amount of tanks that it could be given, for example. Poland has given more tanks than any single country, than any single of Ukrainian allies, which is embarrassing. It should be embarrassing for the United States.
And someone else to be the ground.
Like, I'm not saying this to super brag about Poland. I've always found it embarrassing that Poland gave the biggest amount of tanks, actually.
So America can stick to close air support and logistics. This means the US has plenty of small arms and plenty of ultra high-tech super weapons, but very little of the meat and potatoes in between. But that middling type of equipment...
That's not exactly true. That's not exactly true. Like, the United States has had a lot of things in its storage that is going to be getting rid of anyway, that it just is not giving. The tanks would be the great example. It has a ton of tanks.
The self-propelled artillery, the counter-battery radars, the short-range ballistic missiles are exactly what Ukraine needs. And it's not like there are factories around just waiting to pump out more of them. So the Pentagon is nervous about giving away too much. The advanced weapons can't be sent because America wants to protect its tech secrets.
Like, I'm sorry, but the Pentagon very recently has said that giving some of these things would not actually affect the US military in a substantial way. And yet Trump will not do it. So even that's not exactly true, okay? Let's come on. Let's not pretend that the US does not have the capacity to give Ukraine what it needs all of a sudden.
America didn't want to send long-range missiles for fear of...
Like that the United States could not really engage its weapons industry, okay? Also, there's Korea. Like, come on.
During a Russian retaliation against NATO. And I suspect the White House thought Ukraine would be capable of developing their own long-range weapon systems that would let them off the hook. Altogether, NATO was basically betting on a strategy of bleeding the Russians dry with defensive tactics until Putin gives up. A perfectly rational strategy, so long as you ignore the human cost to Ukraine. Trapped between the pressure to end the war created by Russian terror bombings and the inability of America to win the war for him.
Also, this video completely ignores the fact that Ukraine has been given what it needs in very small quantities over usually too late. Ukraine would say, hey, we need this type of weapon. And then the negotiations would begin. Should we give it to Ukraine? How much should we give to Ukraine? Do we agree to give it to Ukraine? And then they would say, okay, we vote and we agree to give it to Ukraine. It'll arrive in Ukraine in a couple of months. And by the time that it would arrive in Ukraine in much smaller quantities than it should, Russia has had already plenty of time to prepare for it. Like, this is an aspect that just cannot be ignored. This is one of the biggest disappointments about the entirety of the Western aid, not just the US.
Zelensky turned to a long-shot strategy to maintain the narrative momentum of the war. He was going to have to launch another daring offensive. But where to do it? The low-hanging fruit had already been picked. There were really only two areas in Ukraine where an assault would be plausible. The Donbass, where Russia was throwing the mass of its troops in an ongoing offensive, or the south, behind which lied the land bridge that connected Crimea to the rest of Ukraine, and by extension, Russia's most important supply line. The Ukrainians decided to hit the south. It was the most obvious place to hit. The Russians had their troops concentrated elsewhere, the land is flat, and the territory is of vital importance. The problem, though, is that the south was the most obvious place to hit. The Russians had their troops concentrated elsewhere, the land is flat, and the territory is of vital importance, which means the Russians were expecting to be hit there. So the second the Russians retreated across the river, they started building line after line of defensive earthworks. The more time they had to prepare, the thicker the defenses got.
Also, when it comes to this infamous counteroffensive of 2023, there's a lot to be said how the United States provided strategies that were impossible to implement with what Ukraine has been given. Okay? It was just, for example, without air dominance. It was ridiculous. The advice that was given by American military personnel to Ukraine. Just
The assault, time would be
plans that were impossible to implement.
of the essence. But up to that point, the Americans hadn't been training the Ukrainians on quote-unquote offensive weapons. Doing it now would take months, giving the Russians lots of time. But with no better ideas to go on, Ukraine began preparations for an offensive in the spring. In the meantime, a quiet bureaucratic fight started to break out inside the Ukrainian military between the commander-in-chief of the Ukrainian Armed Forces, Valery Zaluzhny, and the commander of the ground forces, Oleksandr Syrsky. While Zaluzhny was in charge of the overall war effort, Syrsky was in charge of the Donbass front. Syrsky became convinced that with enough extra troops, he could rout the Russian mercenaries of Wagner Group in the eastern town of Bakhmut and push deep into occupied Luhansk. But Zaluzhny had already committed himself to a plan to push south, with only a small diversionary attack in the east, reserving all of his new, specially trained by the American recruits for the main front. But when spring finally came, nothing. The Americans were late with some of the aid, and Zelensky didn't want to risk putting the army in the position of fighting the first half of the battle, only to be left empty-handed during the second half. So he waited, again, against the wishes of his commanders, and the Americans. It was at this point, allegedly, that Syrsky went behind his superior's back to Zelensky and personally promised him that Bakhmut could be a big showy victory, that Wagner was on the cusp of breaking, and if he, Syrsky, were just given some of those specially trained American troops, he could lead a breakthrough behind the lines into Luhansk province and rout the Russians on the entire east. Given the delay, Zelensky was probably losing confidence in the original offensive plan, but not wanting the bad PR of calling it off, he chose the worst of both worlds. He split his forces up and gave a third of them to Syrsky for his Bakhmut offensive. Instead of trying for a defeat in detail, the Ukrainians would fight undermanned on two different fronts. But for a second it seemed to work.
А теперь слушайте меня, Это чьи-то, отцы!
The mercenary company in charge of defending Bakhmut, the Wagner Group, took such bad losses that its leader...
My first video that's going to be released on the new channel is going to be an interview with a 16-year-old from Bakhmut.
Yevgeny Prigozhin began threatening other ministers of the government and implicitly even Putin himself, culminating in Prigozhin's decidedly silly decision of
But I think while this video is not bad, I'm gonna say that it's very, very forgiving of the West's failures when it comes to supporting Ukraine. Like, this video is very lenient when it comes to pointing out the shortcomings of the West, of its aid, of its strategies provided to Ukraine. Okay? Like the whole thing, oh, the US just does not have the ground force capability. It just could not give Ukraine what it needed. Okay, bullshit. I'm sorry.
Overthrow the Russian government.
Hours earlier, Wagner forces seized the city of Rostov-on-Don on Russia's southern border.
And then calling it off when he got halfway there, and pretending it was just a sort of coup-like performance art protest.
By nightfall, Wagner forces appeared to be making good on their word to withdraw. The
Oh my
Kremlin
gosh.
was also making peace,
The Wagner thing.
saying Prigozhin will no longer face
Prigozhin was just saying, oh, I'm not going against Putin. I'm not going against Putin. I'm just going against the oligarchs. Please, please, I'm loyal to Putin. I'm loyal to Putin while marching on Moscow. That was so glorious. I still remember when that was happening. Of course, we all knew that it would not really lead to anything as always, but it was very entertaining to see as it was unfolding. That's for sure.
criminal charges and
I
instead
still
will
remember.
relocate to next door Belarus.
The missile that shot down his plane and killed him, however, did not stop halfway.
Oops.
Russia's political system remained stable, and Syrski's legacy would seem to primarily be memes about Prigozhin. With the hope of Russian political instability saving the day dashed, and the main offensive force too undermanned to break through, the offensive sputtered to a halt on both fronts.
Yeah.
The failed offensive was not a particularly big disaster when it came to the actual balance of forces on the battlefield, but it had a catastrophic effect on Western public opinion. Within a month, support for aid to Ukraine dropped 13 points and opposition rose 12 points, almost reaching a majority. All the people who had tacitly supported Russia before the invasion, but who during the war had to keep their heads down after the slaughter started, suddenly started feeling safe popping their heads back up again to start spreading defeatism.
Yeah.
And the foreign policy blob in Washington, whose first instinct is always towards power worship, started nattering about how Ukrainians need to be more realistic and start thinking about compromises. This damage to American resolve was then compounded by Zelensky's need to explain away the failure of the offensive to his own people, which Zelensky did by blaming the West. Since after all, the West had been late with the aid, and had been dragged.
I mean, I'm sorry to say, he's not incorrect. I'm sorry to say, but the West has been slow in delivering the aid, slow in delivering the quantities that Ukraine needs. It has been slow in delivering the types of weapons that Ukraine needed. The United States intelligence, or rather the United States military, has been feeding when it comes to the offensive strategies that were just impossible to implement because Ukraine did not have the types of equipment needed to pull off such offensives. You can go to a fellow streamer, Daedalus Media, okay, for that breakdown. I'm sorry, but the West was partially to blame for that counteroffensive. There's just no escaping it. Like, again, it's very embarrassing that Iran and North Korea and China are better deliverers of aid to Russia than the West to Ukraine.
On the aid the entire war. But that sent the message to Ukraine's try-hard cheerleaders in the West that they should start ringing the alarm bells about America betraying the Ukrainians by withholding this or that wonder weapon. A given type of equipment would be paradigm shifting.
Okay. Now this video is actually being a bit dishonest. But also Zelensky had the tools to understand that the offensive would not be successful with his available resources. It's not that simple. Like when the West says we will send you this, that, or the other, and then delays the thing, delays the shipments, etc. Then, you know, like part of the reason why Zelensky did the delay that he did was because he understood that it could not be done with the resources available. But then the video says, oh, Zelensky delayed and blamed the delays from the West. So should he have just went knowing that it could not have been done? Or should he have just like called off the entire thing knowing that the West is just not reliable? Vladimir says, but Lucy, blaming the West is bad optics. Have you considered that? Oh, I forgot myself. Like, this is... And this whole talking about wonder weapons is dishonest. I'm sorry. I'm going to say that the video is being... You cannot just call things off in a war like that. It's not that simple, once again. It's things are not that simple in a war that you can just call things off at a leisure or call it, delay or call it off at a leisure. And the wonder weapon thing is just dishonest, okay? It's not about it being a wonder weapon. It's about it being a crucial weapon that works good in tandem with all other weapons, okay? And if you don't have that weapon that you're asking for, that type of weapon that you're asking for that is necessary to work in tandem with all the other weapons, then it will affect how the war goes. I'm sorry to say, okay? It's not about wonder weapons.
Right up until the point that the West delivered it, at which point, just coincidentally, it would suddenly be too late for that equipment to make it.
Oh, there we go. I'm sorry. This is very much apologia for the West. Okay? Yeah, there are windows. There are time windows for such things. We need this weapon now, right now. But if you delay, of course Russia is going to prepare for it. Of course Russia is going to prepare countermeasures. It's not convenient. It's reality. Oh, Ukraine said that there is this crucial time window that they need this specific type of weapon for to attack Russia's this or that. But just because the West delayed it by a couple of months, suddenly it was too late. Yes, it was. Yeah, it was actually suddenly too late. Yeah.
When, in reality, such equipment would only have a marginal impact on the course of the war.
Yeah, it would have, but it would have had an impact in tandem with all the other types of weapons. Nobody ever said that it was a wonder weapon, that it would have changed the tide of the war. Again, this is dishonest. Nobody said that. Least of all Ukraine. Ukraine did not say, oh, give us this now and we will win. Ukraine said, this type of weapon is necessary for us on this part of the front line right now. Okay? In tandem with all the other things that we've got at our disposal. Not this is a wonder weapon that will win us the war. And now it's too late for us to win the war with it.
This game of two-step is a perfect way to squeeze more aid out of a hyper-cautious White House, but it also involved a lot of cycling between false promises the war would be turned around and false threats that the front would collapse soon without the new weapons. If this campaign to shift blame to the White House had simply made the relationship between Biden and Zelensky frosty, it wouldn't be such a big deal, but the focus on the catastrophic consequences of a Ukrainian collapse and the panicky tone much of it was delivered gave the impression that Ukraine was on the brink of giving up. This was being—
I'm sorry, how about the fact that the West throughout this war has been saying, we cannot send this type of weapon, we cannot send that type of weapon, we cannot send too much of the weapon because that would be escalation. Why does this video not, talk about the constant fear of escalation that the West has been blabbering about since the beginning of the war? Why are we completely ignoring this aspect? That Russia would say, hey, if you send this type of weapon, it'll be escalation, it'll be bad. And the West would react with saying, oh shit, that's true. We cannot escalate. Escalating too much is bad. Giving Ukraine too much is bad. Are we going to pretend that has not been the case? Really? We're really going to pretend that that's not been the West's policy? Germany very stubbornly for just refusing to send missiles to Ukraine, among other things. Like, come on. Don't make me laugh. It is like this whole, oh yeah, Ukraine is just to blame. It's just fearmongers, tries to squeeze out more aid, and it's all because of Ukraine, because the West has been doing some delays, just because a little bit of less than it promised, North Korea sends artillery in quantity and on time. Somehow. This is pathetic. This video is starting to piss me off, actually. what can I say?
Done in the hope that it would scare the West into giving up more aid. But there's one problem, which is that you can't control who hears you say these things. If you broadcast a message in the West that you don't have the will to fight unless you get substantially more help, you're
Also, Ukraine has not been saying that, and I've been following this war from the beginning.
broadcasting that
Actually, what Ukraine has been saying all this time is, we will fight whether we get aid or not. We will continue fighting even if all the aid dries up. Not, we will not have the will, not if we will not get the aid. I have no idea where this person got this impression from.
message to the Russians, thus bolstering their will to fight. The second problem is that this revival of domino theory in Europe didn't convince Americans of the necessity of bolstering Ukrainian aid, so much as it convinced Americans that
Yeah, because the West, once again, has been shaking in its boots against escalation. The escalation ladder has been dominated by Russia firmly. The nuclear escalation ladder, that is. It is the part of the nuclear deterrence theory that says that, in theory, both sides should have this balance when it comes to the threat of using nuclear weapons. But Russia has been keeping a very firm advantage when it comes to this, which meant that the West has been willing to do much less for Ukraine than it should, out of fear of escalation.
Europe was helpless and not carrying its own weight. After all, why the hell should a place as rich as Europe be so vulnerable to a second-rate power like Russia? In 2023, it seemed every week military analysts who had spent early 2022 predicting Ukraine would collapse in 3 days were now assuring us with the same confidence 2020
Sorry?
Russia. In 2023, it seemed every week military analysts who had spent early 2022 predicting Ukraine would collapse in 3 days were now assuring us with the same confidence that Europe, or at least the Baltics, would also easily fall to a Russian onslaught after Russia was done with Ukraine, and that this was the result of sort of decadent post-historical complacency on the part of the Europeans. In other words, Europeans were just too gay and welfare dependent to spend enough on their military to deter or defeat a Russian attack, and America was spending billions to carry all the weight. In reality, Europe's defenselessness is being just slightly exaggerated. The arguments mostly hinge on the idea that the war in Ukraine supposedly proves that modern war has become an attritional slog, because after all, the war in Ukraine has become an attritional slog, and Europe does not have large reserves of ready or near-ready fighting vehicles or troops to break out in case of an emergency. So it can safely be assumed Europe will...
Well, Europe's biggest problem is that it does not have a unified military-industrial complex compared to places like the United States, China, or even Russia for that matter. Europe is very fragmented. Europe produces weapons in each individual country, and all of these individual European countries are very eager to keep their domestic infrastructure because it means that they get more profit, because if you produce on scale, then the prices are lower. But if you produce at a lower scale domestically, then you can ask for a higher price and you produce the amount of weapons for a much higher profit. So individual countries' industrial complexes are very not happy about the idea of a big scale restructurization, which would mean that Europe would produce equipment at scale, which is actually what Europe needs. It doesn't mean anything if NATO countries raise their GDP output to 5% for military spending if this problem does not get solved, because Europe will not be getting the bang for its buck. Europe will not be getting as much for the amount that it's spending that it could have if it would streamline and unify its production. That is something that Europe desperately needs to do and is not doing so far, because there are countries, there are so-called Euro-skeptic countries that are against that.
Quickly run out in a war with Russia and fall back. The The problem, of course, is that the only reason the war is a slog is that both sides are fighting with last-generation airplanes but current-generation air defense systems. Europe does not have a last-generation air force. They have a modern air force, with modern stealth capability. They are not going to be stopped in their tracks by a bunch of Buk launchers. And unlike Russia, Europe has not neglected its naval power. Italy alone has a more powerful
That's
navy than
not.
Russia. Even a post-American rump.
That's not exactly like the naval power thing. The naval power thing is interesting because actually, while Russia might not be a powerhouse when it comes to the navy, Russia has been actually, interestingly enough, hampered a lot at the beginning of the invasion by Turkey. Believe it or not, Turkey has been proven to be quite an interesting, I don't want to say ally to Ukraine, but Turkey has helped Ukraine quite a lot at the very beginning of the invasion when it invoked the Montreux Doctrine, the Montreux thing, when it controls the entry to the Black Sea, and it blocked. This doctrine says that the entry to the Black Sea can be controlled by Turkey in case of a war, and they could block it. And at the beginning of the war, Turkey has effectively blocked a big chunk of the Russian fleet from entering the Black Sea, which would have probably proven very troublesome from Ukraine at the very beginning when Ukraine did not have the drone capability that it has now to attack Russian ships. So things could have been a little bit different when it comes to this war at the Black Sea if Turkey did not do this initial blockade of the Russian fleet.
NATO has a good chance of being able to bottle up most of Russia's water-based trade. And while Europe has been slow to develop its industrial capacity when it comes to helping Ukraine, that is, at its core, a political decision. They're simply prioritizing other things higher. Europeans will suddenly find the power in themselves to build much more quickly once it's their ass on the line. This European freeloader argument also dovetailed with a new line of Russian propaganda that had taken off in the summer of 2023. In a June interview, Vladimir Putin just kind of blithely let it slip that actually...
But it is true that the European military-industrial complex is extremely fragmented, which is something that this person in this video has very much neglected to say, that the United States and Russia, for that matter, are able to produce weapons at scale for much cheaper than Europe. That is a fact.
About a month or two after the war started, Ukraine was just about to sign a ceasefire deal, but then pulled out at the last moment, under pressure from the West. And this deal was, according to Putin, a more generous deal than what Ukraine could get now.
That's
you see,
not
all
true.
Putin had really wanted was a promise to keep Ukraine out of NATO. He didn't really care about Ukraine's internal affairs,
That's
or
not true.
even if it signed a bilateral defense agreement, so long as it wasn't NATO. This meant, of course, according to Vladimir Putin, Ukraine had the option in the summer of 2022 of ending the war right then and there with good security guarantees and no real obstacle to its European integration.
That's not true.
So, why didn't they take the deal? Well, you see, the people who run American foreign policy are congenitally evil and love war for war's sake, and so they sent their most subtle diplomat, a man who can be trusted to always stay on script, Boris Johnson, to convince Zelensky to walk out on the deal and keep fighting. Needless to say, this is not what happened. In fact, you can pretty quickly deduce what actually led Ukraine to say no by carefully reading the description of the security guarantee clause in the Russian offer.
Yeah.
In this formulation, Ukraine's security partner would be a consortium between certain Western countries and the UN Security Council, with both the UNSC and the other countries needing to agree in order to approve an intervention in Ukraine against any foreign assault. But those countries would only be able to intervene in Ukraine against foreign aggression with the consent of the UNSC. But Russia, of course, has a veto on the Security Council, which means Russia was, under the guise of letting Ukraine have a security agreement, awarding itself a veto on any country's ability to intervene on Ukraine's behalf
course.
if Ukraine were to be...
And I'm not even going to mention the whole demilitarization that the peace plan demanded from Ukraine.
...debated by saying, hypothetically, Russia, To turn this into a story of the West sabotaging a promising peace deal to satisfy, I don't know, Jake Sullivan's inexplicable thirst for blood, or even just a story about the Ukrainians boneheadedly turning down a pretty good deal out of post-victory exuberance, it's perverse. But it lent itself to something people wanted to believe, that Russia was actually more reasonable than it appeared. And there actually was a sustainable ceasefire deal to be made, with the only drawbacks being national pride. Were it only so. This combination of the failed counteroffensive, the resentment of European helplessness, and this new alleged proof that the war had actually been unnecessary, created a new consensus that it was time to force Ukraine to end the war. Or as Americans preferred to formulate it to avoid feeling guilty, it was time for America to stop forcing Ukrainians to fight by giving them the weapons they asked for.
Yeah.
And that new consensus created
just pisses me off so much. This narrative, I guess the video is back on track. The video is not totally hopeless, but some of the parts in this video are just has pissed me off, and I pointed out the bits that I didn't like. Vladimir says American MiG is not about affordable weaponry that can be produced on a mass scale. It's about bomber, Abrams tanks, and Giga next generation fighter jets for digital helmets and AI interaction. I mean, the United States can produce even the more advanced stuff en masse, actually, because America has shitloads of money. Like, do you know how many Abrams tanks the US has? Let me see. I'm gonna ask the AI for this. How many Abrams tanks does the US have? The US military, primarily the army, has around 4,600 to 5,000 M1 Abrams tanks. So, there you go. Wait, how many Abrams tanks did the US give to Ukraine? The US commanded and delivered 31 Abrams tanks out of 5,000. Amazing aid. Thank you. Thank you.
perfect way in for a more entrepreneurial politician to pitch his new foreign policy ideas.
I will end every single international crisis that the current administration has created, including the horrible war with Russia and Ukraine, which would have never happened if I was president.
Of course.
As he told it now, Americans were victims of a globalist elite and their European allies, who had started and needlessly prolonged the war for abstract ideological reasons like democracy and liberalism. If Donald Trump had been president, the war never would have started, because he's strong, whatever that was supposed to mean. And once he became president again, he would immediately end it, because he was on good terms with Putin, which meant once he got
He still says that, okay? He still says that he has a good friendship with Vladimir Putin. He still says that if he were president, the war would have never happened. And whenever there is a conversation with Ukraine about ending the war, Trump is always very quick to get on call with Vladimir Putin right before. Always a conversation with Putin right before any negotiations with Ukraine. I wonder why. I wonder why.
Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives. We're in for 250 billion or more.
Fuck me.
Because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you...
Yeah, Putin does not respect Trump in the slightest. If that was not clear, it should be. By now, it should be clear that Putin does not respect Trump at all. Not in the slightest. Not even
Expect him
close.
to- Why? For what reason? But we have a president,
Mr. President.
that doesn't know he's alive.
Your time.
This rhetorical stance was perfectly designed to trick everyone at once. He could appeal to doves by promising a quick end to the war, with a strong implication that he would do
We're still not even close to the war being ended, by the way. And the proposed deal is so bad. The proposed peace deal on the table is so bad that I've told this at the beginning of the stream. Polish people don't even say that this peace deal is bad for Ukraine anymore. No. Polish people openly say that this proposed peace deal is bad for Poland. Let that sink in. The countries that's not even directly involved in the war. This peace deal hurts Poland. I rest my case.
do it by cutting off aid to Ukraine and force them to make concessions to Russia. But simultaneously, he could appeal to hawks by making vague appeals to his toughness, in a way that implied he was going to use a sort of madman theory of diplomacy which would scare Russia into making their concessions. This shouldn't have worked on Ukraine supporters, but the growing schism between Biden and Zelensky and the media campaign to exaggerate the effects of American aid delays had alienated many Ukraine supporters from Biden, and some increased.
I'm sorry to say this. I'm sorry to say this in the wake of how disastrous the Trump presidency is, but it's kind of true. It wasn't just some made up thing. Ukraine was bleeding slowly because of the incompetence of Western aid. I'm sorry that just because things have gotten much worse under Trump does not mean that things were good before Trump. Let's not try to create this imaginary scenario in which we try to tell ourselves that things were good, and then Trump won and they suddenly became bad. No, things were pretty bad, and then they became horrible. That is my little interpretation of the situation.
Increasingly started thinking that maybe Trump would be the lesser evil. Either way, Trump would give Americans the thing they wanted most in Ukraine, the ability to not have to see or think about Ukraine in the news anymore. It's that urge, ultimately, that carried him to the White House.
Also, I don't think that Ukraine was primarily the reason why Trump won. I think there were many different reasons why people voted Trump that had nothing to do with Ukraine. I don't think people voted for Trump not to have to see Ukraine in the news. That's a very naive read of the election, actually.
Is this a call?
Like, Trump did not run on Ukraine. Let's not make that mistake.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now projecting that Donald J. Trump will win the state of Pennsylvania.
Now it was time to implement his plan. Or it would be, if not for the small problem that he didn't have a plan.
Do you think Donald Trump thought it was going to be this hard, this challenging? I mean, on the campaign trail, he said day one, it'd be fixed.
No, actually, he said that he would do it even before taking office, but that's neither here nor there.
He was asked about this, why he said, in 24 hours he would have a deal, and he said that he was being sarcastic.
Trump's campaign promise version of the plan would never work, of course. It doesn't give Washington enough leverage to force Ukraine to surrender, and Trump was clearly not a madman, so any bluff against the Russians was doomed to fail. And Trump caved to Russia pretty immediately. That left the current plan of just trying to ease the Russians and Ukrainians into a sequence of partial ceasefires and hoping that you can just kick the can down the road where it can trip up the next Democratic administration. But then even that plan blew up.
You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of approval.
Holy shit. No, he did not. He just visited, he just happened to visit a factory for artillery.
Appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
If you don't speak very loudly about the war,
He's not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly. Your country's in big trouble.
Can I
Wait a
answer?
minute. No. You've done a lot of talking.
Part of the problem here is
You cannot answer.
that the Trump White House is torn between multiple contradictory campaign promises. On one hand, Donald Trump promised to end the war quickly. On the other hand, the populist right feels that America has been taken advantage of by the globalist elites, and therefore America must be paid back.
Of course.
But putting pressure on Ukraine emboldens Russia to ask for more, which makes Trump feel like a sucker. Which means instead of American pressure on Ukraine being focused on one point of just getting them to make concessions to Russia, the pressure is diverted three ways. Between extortion of the Ukrainians for natural resources, pressure on Ukraine to make concessions to Russia, and pressure on Russia to make concessions to Ukraine, which just ends up canceling out the pressure on Ukraine. At first, it seemed like the square was circled by creating a mineral deal in which Ukraine would give up 50% of the proceeds from mineral deposits.
Oh, by the way, this deal is now a worthless piece of paper. Okay? It's like if the peace that Trump is pushing for were to come to pass, then this is effectively a worthless piece of paper deal. It doesn't mean anything. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about this piece. Again, a lot of people that I have interviewed asked me directly, okay, why did we sign this deal? Why did we do the whole mineral deal? If it doesn't mean anything. If it's so worthless.
It actually couldn't really exploit anyway, giving the populace the appearance that they would get paid back all the money the globalists forced them to spend on Ukraine. But then the White House had to make the process so humiliating that Zelensky couldn't say yes without jeopardizing his own image.
Why don't you wear a
It wasn't just about, it's not just about that. The conditions of the deal were just too bad. Like this, it wasn't just about his image. It was about very, very objective ways in which the United States was taking advantage of Ukraine in that horrible mineral deal.
Why don't you wear a suit? You're at the highest level in this country's office, and you refuse to wear a suit. Just want to see if do you own a suit?
Yeah, problems.
A lot of Americans.
Senator Rubio, you've taken a very different approach to the question of Russia. You've called Vladimir Putin a, quote, gangster. Why would President Rubio's approach be more effective than President Trump's?
Well, first of all, I have an understanding of exactly what it is Russia and Putin are doing, and it's pretty straightforward. He wants to reposition Russia once again as a geopolitical force. He himself said that the destruction of the Soviet Union, the fall of the Soviet Union, was the greatest geopolitical catastrophe of the 20th century. And now he's trying to reverse that. He's trying to destroy NATO.
Russia is also trapped in a bind. It has a large swath of territory it doesn't really want to administer and is therefore valueless to Putin. But if Russia trades that territory back to Ukraine in exchange for a promise that Ukraine will stay neutral...
That's not true, by the way. That is not true in the slightest what this person is saying here. It's not just a big swath of useless land. It's human capital that Russia also desperately wants. With occupation, you have people that you can Russify, children that you can kidnap and put to Russia and turn them into Russian citizens. Over 1 million Ukrainian children are in occupied territories right now. It's not worthless to Putin. It's actually, the worth is actually very real, believe it or not.
And maybe even recognition of Russia's claim on Crimea, they would essentially have to admit they launched the war for no reason, since they already had both of those things de facto. There's also the matter of the Russian economy, which has baffled some casual observers. With the sanctions, the flight of the professional class, and the massive divestment of resources into the war, analysts, particularly geopolitical analysts for whom economics is black magic, expected much more damage to the Russian economy. Perhaps unintuitively, the secret to Russia's resilience lies in its deep economic dysfunction. Russia is a deeply unequal country, not just in the sense that the rich are very rich and everyone else is very poor, but also geographically. The rich are concentrated in a handful of cities, and a great mass of people eke out a meager living in the provinces through a combination of odd jobs and pension checks.
Right.
That meant when Russia needed manpower, in both the trenches and the factories, they didn't have to get it by cannibalizing productive sectors of the economy. There was already a massive...
Russia has actually cannibalized the productive sectors of the economy. Russia actually was forced to do that. which is why Russia has to import workers right now. There's a big shortage in construction, for example, and in many other sectors. It's not exactly true that Russia was not forced to cannibalize those things. Like, Russia is in a demographic crisis to begin with. So it's not as peachy as this person makes it out to be for Russia. It's this aspect is a lot more painful.
Army of marginally employed provincials to pick from. The money to pay those people then came from two sources. One, seizing it from the rich, and two, printing rubles, which in effect mostly squeezes value out of Russia's small, benighted middle class, who are rich enough to have savings, but not rich enough to have it denominated in gold.
Hello, MooseWatcher123. It's been a while since I've seen you here.
Hold in a Swiss bank account. In other words, the war is providing Russia with a badly needed opportunity to redistribute wealth. In fact, in a country as unequal as Russia, it's perfectly possible that the quality of life for the median Russian has actually gone up. But that doesn't make the war sustainable. Russia still needs hard currency to buy and build weapons, and to keep its currency from collapsing. But the Kremlin doesn't get enough hard currency from oil sales to simultaneously...
Oh, the video's not over. It's still good to watch. Yeah, it's a good video to watch in stream. Thank you. Thank you for linking it.
Maintain the welfare state, pay soldiers' salaries, and stabilize...
Going to Cuba soon, actually, for anthropological work. Ooh, nice. Very nice. Keep us posted.
The ruble all at the same time. That is, without dipping into savings, in the form of its sovereign wealth fund. After 3 years of war, it's burnt through at least half of its gold reserves. At least, that's as much as they're willing to admit. But Russia isn't just sacrificing the comfort of the oligarchs and the middle class, it's also sacrificing the sources of its long-run growth. And if the war only lasted 3 days, that would not be a problem, but long run was 3 years ago. So while Russia has been able to transition to a war economy, transitioning back into a consumption economy is a much trickier and dangerous prospect. People have higher expectations for peace than they do for war.
Which is, by the way, that is a pretty big danger of the peace plan of Trump coming through. Because according to many people, that would mean that Russia's economy would be effectively revived by the United States, while Russia would actually not be forced to end its wartime economy. Imagine that.
War. Putin will need all sanctions off in order to get back to normal, and Trump can't force the Europeans to drop their sanctions. And European sanctions aren't the only thing the EU has agency over in this conflict either. With the exception of the Patriot missiles, most of the weapons Trump might cut off can be backfilled or replaced by the Europeans. At least, if there's enough political will to pull out the stops. And while the Europeans have been slow to reform in the past, a flakier, Trumpified US might finally give them the kick they need. I hope. Third time's the charm, right?
We'll see.
In fact, there's a sick way in which Trump's election might be good for Ukraine. And it goes back to what this war is fundamentally all about. You see, there's a lie the Americans started telling right around the time of the first Gulf War. It goes something like this.
What is at stake?
Vladimir, I am not surprised if it would go exactly as you say it will. And you say the next American administration is going to be like, we did nothing wrong, Russia did nothing wrong, Ukraine owes $350 billion to American taxpayers, and I'm going to be like, okay, yeah.
Is more than one small country.
Oh, sorry to hear that, Moose Watcher. Is it a very insensitive time for me to say that you should consider not being white and support your favorite journalist? You know that I'm a published journalist now, right? Support independent journalism.
It is a big idea. A new world order.
After World War II, the United States created something called the Liberal International Order, which has long guarded vigorously and consistently, and only now, in the 2020s, are we in danger of losing it.
But the greatest threat on this front springs from the distinct illiberal and external actors who equate their success with fracturing the liberal international order.
The truth is that when it comes to upholding international law, America's contribution to upholding the world order has always been scattershot and inconsistent. Even when America wants to punish a country for violating international law, it usually settles for a less than effective strategy of sanction and wait. The one alleged exception is the taboo on big countries annexing territory from small countries. The precedent set by, of course, the war to liberate Kuwait from Saddam Hussein.
Saddam Hussein's unprovoked invasion, his ruthless, systematic rape of a peaceful neighbor, violated everything the community of nations holds dear. The world has said this aggression would not stand, and it will not stand.
In reality, national borders have mostly been self-reinforcing. In the age of popular participation in politics, rising nationalism, and cheap machine guns, ruling over a foreign country became more and more expensive over the course of the 20th century. The people are much less indifferent to who rules over them than they were in the 19th century, and if they don't like you, they can give you hell. There are now very few things a power can get by invading and occupying a country that it couldn't more easily get through the more subtle tools of coercive diplomacy. That's why there has
Okay. I've been given this argument at the beginning of the war regarding Russia and Ukraine, that sure, Russia can invade, Russia can win even some battles, Russia can win over cities, etc., but the occupation will be too costly. People can now very cheaply, do resistance, etc., like this person said here. But the problem with this is, and I've said it all the way back in 2022, that Russia's modus operandi in these scenarios is not to just quietly rule over occupied population. Russia will mass deport and disperse the population of a given area and then just replace them with Russians. Okay? Like, that is what Russia does. That is what Russia has done many, many times before.
Hasn't been much in the way of annexation since World War II. You can see the problem in action today. In Gaza, Israel doesn't want to leave Gaza without getting some kind of concrete win, but they don't want to expend the resources that would come with an occupation. So they have simply settled for committing mass atrocities on and off until the global community, out of some sense of pity, just bails the Israelis out of their dilemma by relocating the people of Gaza for them. A bailout that is almost certainly not coming. A big three-way size disparity, like the one between America, Kuwait, and Iraq, could act as one exception, but such an alignment of circumstances is so unlikely it never happened again. Aside from little Kuwait, the taboo on changing borders by force has been mostly self-enforcing. But it didn't hurt America's image to take credit for the kind of peaceful state of the world in the 1990s. So, they did. And now, certain people have taken America's own propaganda too seriously, and think America in decline makes all sorts of new conquests possible. The Russian theory of victory in Ukraine is based on the idea that the liberal international order is real, but somehow entirely the product of American coercion. Therefore, all they have to do is defeat the US in a battle of wills, and once Americans give up, the occupation of Ukraine will go swimmingly. Well, now the US has given up, and Ukraine is still not rolling over. The longer the Ukrainians can hold out without American help, the less credible their theory of victory becomes. And the Kremlin will eventually have to face up to the fact that they have embarked on a forever.
No, that's not true. That's actually, this video is actually posing a not true hypothesis, because Russia is actually prepared for this. That is exactly why in one of his newest speeches, Putin said, America started this war and then Europe joined in. And now Trump is president. The United States, in the eyes of Russia, has turned around. Okay, it has learned its lesson, but there's still the problem of the fear-mongering, war-mongering Europe. Now that is the main opponent. Europe has taken on the mantle of the United States. So it's still not a case of Russia saying that it's a forever senseless war, because the boogeyman has just been shifted from the United States to Europe. Easy.
This would require, needlessly, a massive sacrifice on the part of the Ukrainian people. Maybe bigger than they already have, but what choice do they have? And I just want to give a heartfelt thanks to my patrons who've been
Wait,
so
is this
patient.
over? Oh.
Next year will be more productive, I promise.
Oh, this is the end of the video. Well, that was interesting. There were a few things, at least a few things, that have pissed me off immensely about this video, but you know what? This was worth watching on stream. It was so worth watching on stream that I'm gonna go to the toilet. I'm gonna toilet myself. In the meantime, consider joining the page, doing all that nice stuff. LucyHazard.org/live. Consider donating, subscribing, and doing all sorts of positive, nice stuff. And I'll be back in a moment and we'll continue talking about Ukraine. Okay? I hope you have enjoyed this little reaction time, this little thing that we've done. Oh yeah, I might as well start a new poll when I'm in the toilet. Okay? Okay. Oh, hold on. Plus ultra, because we're like My Hero Academia. I've been watching this series recently. More politics or break for a game. Game break. More politics, please. Oh my god. I'm gonna go to the toilet now. Be right back. Have I been abandoned? Game break. Ooh, people want a game break, huh? Alright. Only one vote though. That's sad. Write in the chat what kind of game you like. write in this chat right now what game would you like to see, and I'll make it happen for you. How's that? I abandoned you. Why have you abandoned me? I don't have it installed on this laptop. I would have to install it. You know what? If you're the only person chatting, then we might do Castlevania. Hold on. I have to set it up though. Alright, let's play Castlevania. What the hell is wrong with this game? It's working so badly. The audio is just crapping out. What the hell is wrong with this game? Ay. If this is gonna work like this, then we're not doing that. Okay? Oh my god. Holy crap. Well, it's not working. Sorry. I tried with the Castlevania, but oh my goodness. I guess we're playing a different game for a break. Oh my goodness. Aria of Sorrow is in this collection. Yeah, I know. It's... Oh my god. Alright. Suikoden it is. Also, recently I've asked my mom the most important question that you can ask about the Western world. I'll let you guess what it is. The Western civilization question. You want to guess what it is? Oh yeah, I have to check something and in the old version of the game, it was impossible to run, and the regular walk was simply faster. And there was a special rune for running. Okay, I have to Google this bit. Huh. Wait, I have to... Let me guess, what is a question via the dumbest argument? Hold on. We're going back to the castle. We have some recruiting to do. Oh, okay. Right, let's go. We've got some recruitment to do. This is what this game is all about. Recruiting 108 Stars of Destiny. Not to be mistaken. Never mind, I'm not even gonna make that joke. Alright, we're about to recruit. It's really you, Uncle Jukpo. I've been looking all over for you. Meg, what are you doing here? What? Hey, I was hoping you'd teach me your trick, Uncle. Wow, so you're a member of the Liberation Army, huh? Then I'm joining the Liberation Army too. No, you mustn't. La, I'm not listening. Hey, Mr. Lucifard, can I join the Liberation Army too? Of course. Of course, little child. I never agreed to teach you. Lucky me. Perfect. We're recruiting child soldiers into the Liberation Army. Whoa. Let's recruit a cook. Can you join us? Why? How do you return? Wait, how do you get this guy? Suikoden. How to get Antonio? Oh my god, really? Oh, come on. That is so annoying. That is so silly. Oh well. I think she should mention this now. Ride the boat. This should be fine. This is fine. Use the elevator. Second floor. Let's change the members again. Remove. And add Valeria. Oh yeah, we're removing Clow. What is Clow's stuff? Oh, never mind. Okay, let's remove Clow. And put in Kai. Where's Kai? Now formation. There we go. What would be a liberation army if it did not have child soldiers? True. Finally somebody that gets it. Finally somebody that understands my vibes. That is true. It would be a useless liberation army indeed. We need to liberate everybody. You will admit that this is a pretty nice game though, right? You must be tired. 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 Well, never mind. I guess I did not build up enough. Is there anybody else that I can recruit here? Ooh, I think... Is there anybody else that I could... Let me see. There's nobody else that I can recruit to my merry band. Oh, check this out, by the way. Master and pupil attack. There you go. Very nice. Isn't that cool? I guess there's nobody here to recruit. This is the town of La Bruniginet. To the south lies the village of Premier-l'Amour. In the west, the town of Pierre Blanchet. These wonderful names were conceived by General Milich Oppenheimer, one of the 5 great generals. This game has a really nice soundtrack. The name's Helion. You're Lucifer, aren't you? Yes, I know who you are. I may not look it, but I too wield the might of a rune. That soul eater of yours possesses infinite power, but also evil intent. I'm curious to know the nature of what guides this power. So how about it? Will you let me look into your future? Not for free, of course. I'll lend you my strength in return. Do we have a deal? Recruit. Much obliged. I'll head to your castle. By the way, my power is called Recall. If you use this blinking mirror, you can return to your headquarters whenever you please. Finally. You get this item. They fixed the blinking mirror. Okay. So now we can teleport to the castle whenever we want. Don't say you heard it from me. You know that poisonous fog surrounding Scataletica Castle? I heard there's a fellow cook and quake an antidote that renders the fog harmless. Is that so? South of Vicon, Premier-l'Amour, there used to be a famous doctor named Liu Kan. They say there is no medicine that he cannot make. Who the hell are you guys? The Liberation Army? Never heard of ya. I got no interest in such things. All I care about is boats. I'll welcome any job so as long as it's worthy of my skills. I think we'll need this guy later to upgrade the boat or something. I hate the name like Virginie. Wish I did change it back to Tayen. My name is AK. I'm a master of the martial arts and I respect only the strong. Are you strong? Nope, you're about 12 levels short. Oh. I really do appreciate the blunt. Yeah, you're this number short, exactly. You're gonna be strong when you level up a bit. Cute. Well, I cannot afford it to upgrade anybody. But we have gotten the blinking mirror. My goodness, Lordy, Lord. Wait. Oh, okay. Is this where I'm supposed to go? I guess we can at least recruit. You're looking for Master Liu Kang too? Well, you won't find him. The good doctor lives hidden deep in the mountains. I'm looking to recruit more people. And pain. Earth orb. The blowhard Jabba is always bragging that there's nothing he can't apprise, but guess what? He's failed once before. Oh, I have to find the thing he cannot apprise. I'm Jabba, I'm an expert appraiser, second to none. If you can find something I can appraise, I'll do whatever you ask of me. I guess we have to find the thing and then you'll join. Ornament. Oh. What? Hold on, what the hell is this? What? Holy moly. So I guess we can recruit this guy sooner or later. I came all this way because there was a famous doctor here. There's none here anymore. They're not here anymore. Oh yeah, let's... Have you seen my cat anywhere? Okay, we're looking for a cat now. We are looking for a cat. I do not see a cat. Oh boy. Wait, that's impossible. Can it be? There was a cat over there. Interesting. But still. No way. Okay, let's lose the blinking mirror. Oh. My bad. Hold on. That's my bad, I guess. Wrong cat, I guess. I did trap the cat. Oh. Okay. This is the cat. I just cannot catch it yet. Unfortunately. This game has silly moments like that. This game has silly moments. It has its silly bits. Hold on. Where am I now? Oh, what is this? What is this place? So yeah, this space is strictly off limits to those without permission from General Milich. Okay then. General Milich. Holy crap. Whoa. The enemies here are strong. I'm not even getting all that good money over this. Alright. Should be able to upgrade the weapons. Medicine? Oh, I got no. Oh, mega medicine. I wish there was a mini-map. I wish they implemented a mini-map. Oh. So I feel like I'm walking blindly. I should not be. Why did the game freeze like that? What happened here? What is this balloon status? How do I get rid of the balloon status? Welcome to, what was it again? Oh yeah, Pierre Blanche. I think you can get a mini-map once you recruit a person. What a sick joke. This is the town of Antei. How dare they change it? Some stupid name. True. Perverts. All of them. The dancer. Oh, aren't you Lucy Pirate? I know you. You're quite famous around these parts. My name's Mina. I'm a professional dancer. Recruit. What? Fine, but only if you dance with me. I just jump and, you know, face all the directions in the world. Do a little hop, and she's just spinning in place. That's not a dance. You're a lousy professional dancer. You seem like someone I can trust. You picked up on much when we danced. Don't forget, I do this for a living. Looking forward to working with you, Lucy Pirate. Thank you. Well, I'll go and head to the castle. You do that. Perfect. You're not. I've recruited the best dancer. Ooh, another recruit. Oh, who might you be? Have we met somewhere before? Ah, of course. You're the leader of the Liberation Army. You're planning to kidnap me for a ransom, aren't you? My, how terrifying. Oh well, such is my fate. My beauty is to blame, isn't it? Well, very well then, I'll go with you. But not for free, you must do something for me. As a gesture of good faith, let's see. I'll consider going with you if you bring me an opal. What? Perfect. What a sad... This is what the Liberation Army is reduced to these days. This is what it's reduced to. General Milch Scarletica, so long as the poisonous flower, blah blah blah. My goodness, they talk too much. Hello. Welcome, pick and choose whatever you like, unless you don't have any money. In that case, forget about it. Say, I've seen you somewhere, aren't you Lucy Park, the leader of the Liberation Army? I'm Chapman. I may just be running this crummy little store, but I've got a lot of heart. Come on, please, let me join the Liberation Army. I can't just watch from the sidelines anymore. Thanks, Commander Lucifard. If you need help with stocking up on armor, I'm the man for the job. Cool. Isn't it cool? Tell me it's cool. The two people that are still watching this stream. Ninja garb. Oh my god. Why is everything so expensive? Holy crap. But what a boost to defense. We all want to protest the town's new name, but as soon as we got close to the castle, it was horrible. Alright. Bet. Oh, look at that. Welcome to my store. Are you here on business? Yes. What? I think I know this one. Who's this? Who the heck are you people? You got some nerve barging into my place of business without permission. Liberation Army. Wait, is this Kimberly? Oh, the one they're all talking about. I even heard Matthew joined. Who the hell are you? Never took him as the revolutionary type. Guess you never really know. Wait, who are you? Oh, it's you. When you say Matthew, give him my regards. Who is Kimberly? Matthew's ex-lover or something? Are you Matthew's lover? I guess I'll have to teleport via the blinking mirror and ask Matthew. Or something. Right? Let's do it. Estelle, are you still here? We're gonna talk to Matthew. Use the elevator. Alright, spill the beans, Matthew. Who is this person? Oh. Matthew. Okay, I actually thought that would do something great. A wasted time. Oh boy. Wait, I know. Hold on. I can do this thing now. Flipping coins, rolling dice. Okay, let's play. You can actually make a lot of money doing this. Yes. Alright. Yeah. Oh my god. Look at that. Oh, no way. No. Oh my god, I got rich so quick. Alright, let's do this again. Yes. Let's try this again. Pay up, dude, pay up. Ah. What? Oh man, that would have been perfect. Oh my god. No way. This is too perfect. No way. This went too perfectly. Perfect. Now we can get the armor for cheap from my armory guy. We've always got the best section of items. Change your garb. Magical. Hurricane. Chestplate. Magical. Hurricane. Magical. Alright, let's buy some more stuff. Now we're cooking with this inventory stuff. I think Valeria cannot wear any headgear. Oh, bushu, no, say bushu, no. Wow, okay. Okay, for chest plate guard with my wooden shoes, boots. Oh. Boost speed. Guard ring. I should get this for everybody. A guard ring. Alright, let's go. Let's do this. Perfect gameplay. Oh, are you gonna mention the cook now? Oh. She has not mentioned the cook. She doesn't want me to get the cook yet. Now, what was that spell? Wrong place. Magic Robe is weak now. I'm gonna sell it for a lot of money. 7,000 or something. Where's that girl? Here? How do I recruit this person? Oh shit, no. Where's the Lotta? Oh, wrong village. You are not permitted to travel north. Or anywhere, for that matter. You're not permitted. Unite. United States of Smash. Holy moly. 400. What is this? Ah. Beyond this point lies the domain of Dragon Knights, granted to them by the Emperor. None are permitted to enter. Yeah, we're gonna be doing some dragon recruiting. So this is the Scarlet Castle. Scarletica. Wow, what's up with that? Oh, the pollen. Lucy part. Let's get out of here for now. Where's the mountains? It's supposed to be going deep into the mountains, but where are the mountains? Wait! I know. I think I know. I think I know what to do now. Yes. Maybe. Let's try it. No, this is the wrong spot. Or is it? Get on the boat. Let's see where this leads me. Dead end. I should get plenty of chances though. There we go. This is where I'm supposed to be. I think this is where I'm supposed to be. So now we go to the village. And there should be a new option for me. I think. Maybe. Now what do? We can't go any further. This isn't going to work with a regular boat. There we go. So now we have to go to that boat guy that we saw earlier, and he will tell us what to do. I have seen your cat, but I'm not allowed to catch it yet. For some reason, for plot reasons. Stay at the inn. A deal that is bad for Poland. Bad. Okay, boat guy, your turn. You guys again. What do you want this time? We have no business with you. We need a boat that can survive the rapids. The Dunan Rapids. Interesting. Fine, I'll show you what I'm capable of. But I can do this on my own. No regular boat will ever survive the rapids. Then what will you do? I got an idea or two. The old geezer Commando who lives next door should be able to help. Even if he's not even if he's got 1 foot in the grave, let's go see him. Oh my god. Who do I remove? Valeria, I guess. No. Let's remove Kai. Okay. Get a load of this side. Who the hell does he think he is? Hey old man, I know you're in there. Come out, you bastard, unless you want me to bash down the door. You again. I warned you not to disturb my research. There you are, you nasty old Podger. Look how sick and pasty you are. You really ought to get more sunlight. Come on, get yourself out here. I told you not to call me old codger. What do you want anyway? Did you come here just to mock me with those delinquent friends of yours? The delinquents? How dare you insult the young master? I can see how you might think that of Victor, but... Whoa, hold on now. Don't make this more complicated than it already is. Hey, Oldster. Oldster, like oyster. You know the Dunan Rapids? I came to ask how you would navigate them, but now that I think about it, a senile old fossil like you wouldn't have the foggiest, right? You ingrate. There's nothing I cannot do with enough time and money, that is. Then there is a way. Of course, I'll show you. Come inside. An engine. Take a look at this. Take a look. This should help you traverse the rapids. It's an engine. What is it? This right here is a machine that operates by burning oil. A machine that runs on oil? Sounds fishy to me. So if we attach this to a boat, we can use it to travel over the rapids? Correct. Alright, let's take this to Pumia Pamia. It's Premier Lamour, you dunce. Ah, shut it. Who can remember such a stupid name? Well then, off to recon. Take care of my machine. It's fragile, so don't break it. Wait, are you saying we have to carry it? Of course, you wouldn't make a frail man carry it, would you? Oh boy. Are those people really frontline fighters? A fragile old man that is a frontline fighter. Excellent. Oh, this is actually a good moment to save. What's good for Lucy is good for everyone, as they say. Wait, today's the 30th, and this month has 31 days, right? Alright. Wait, did I save? I'm playing this game on hard. Who would have believed? Alright. Let's see. Let's see now. it is time to do the last topic for the night, or for today. It's not tonight anymore. Let me see. I'm gonna do more Ukraine. Let me check the thing. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna talk about Ukraine a bit. The peace talks, about the thing that is so lost. That is okay. Let me see where I can begin with this last ditch thing. Last ditch effort. So it all started with Zelensky's visit to Florida. It has been a thing that has been widely debated, widely talked about here in Poland as well. And there is a consensus among Polish people, among Polish experts, that this peace deal that Trump is proposing is not only horrible for Ukraine, that part is obvious, but this deal is so horrendously bad, even after being trimmed down to 20 points, even after some concessions have been made, even after some changes have been implemented, apparently, allegedly, this deal is now framed as bad for Poland. A bad deal for Poland, a horrendous deal for Ukraine. Such a bad deal that it doesn't just affect Ukraine, it affects the immediate region as well. Because, and that was obvious from the very beginning to everybody that pays attention, a weakened Ukraine is also automatically a weakened Poland. Because, of course, Poland is the direct neighbor of Ukraine. And Zelensky has met with Donald Trump to discuss the 20-point peace plan, security guarantees, and all that good jazz. But the problem is that, as usual, as always, right before the meeting with Zelensky, Trump had a 2-hour phone call with Vladimir Putin, where he was coached on what to say or something, I guess. It's always something like that. Donald Trump is enthusiastic about peace prospects. He talks to Vladimir Putin. All of a sudden, everything changes because what can I say? What can I say apart from the fact that at this point, Trump is just Putin's lapdog? Maybe I shouldn't say that, but let's listen to what was said during the conference. Because, of course, there was a part when they discussed things in private, and there was a press conference. And apparently, the peace plan is 90% agreed. Security guarantees are 100% agreed. Even though, in reality, Trump said that we don't even know what those guarantees what will be the contents of these guarantees. We don't know what they will say. We don't know what they will entail. But, it's all good. It's all good. Everything's ready. But there were a few things during this press conference that were so outrageously bad that I just have to show it to you. Because to see is to believe. Nearly 100 American citizens died in Ukraine on the battlefield. What's your message to their families?
You've said multiple times that you want to stop the killing, and nearly 100 American citizens died in Ukraine on the battlefield. Yeah. What's your message to their families whose loved ones died fighting?
Well, look, the message is so obvious. It's what a shame. They died in a foreign country, and some are celebrated people. They're very celebrated, but so sad that a thing like that would happen.
You've said multiple times that you want to stop the killing.
What a shame. What a shame. But there's an even better statement by Trump, okay? There's an even better statement by Trump somewhere here. Let me see.
Who you with?
Andrea Shalal with Reuters.
That's what I thought.
Reuters.
So, in your conversation with President Putin, did you discuss what responsibility Russia will have for any kind of reconstruction of Ukraine post an agreement?
I did. They're going to be helping. Russia's going to be helping. Russia wants to see Ukraine succeed.
Fuck me, man. Russia wants to see Ukraine succeed. My goodness. Imagine being in the shoes of Zelensky and listening to this. Russia wants Ukraine to succeed. I'm going to be going to Ukraine again soon, and honest to God, I'm going to ask people what they think of this statement. I'm going to ask people, hey, have you heard that Trump recently said that Russia wants Ukraine to succeed? What are your thoughts on that? What do you think? Does Russia want Ukraine to succeed?
Once it sounds a little strange.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It sounds quite a little bit. Yeah, it does.
But I was explaining to the president, President Putin was very generous in his feeling toward Ukraine succeeding.
Holy shit. I was just explaining to Zelensky here, the president of the country that is being invaded by a genocidal maniac, that actually that genocidal maniac wants Ukraine to succeed. I was just explaining it to Zelensky here, because it needed, Zelensky needed to be explained.
Including supplying energy, electricity, and other things at very low prices.
Holy shit. Says Trump as Russia is bombing Ukraine's energy infrastructure. Perfect. We're gonna destroy your energy infrastructure, and then we're gonna sell you energy for cheap. You fucking kidding me? This cannot be real. This cannot be real. Now listen to this. Because there's another statement, okay? Where is it? Oh my God, there's so much. This conference is just, it was an endless row of horrible statement after horrible statement.
And a lot of very brave people, a lot of people that are dead right now, unfortunately, because I've said, and nobody's disputed it, that
don't forget that Russia also wants to, take care of the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant.
if the election weren't rigged and stolen, 2020, you wouldn't have had this war, would have never happened. And it didn't happen for 4 years. Never was even...
Yeah, there definitely was not a war in the Donbass region when Trump was president for his first term.
Thought to happen. And I spoke with President Putin. I got along with him very well, despite the Russia hoax, which was a total hoax. He used to say, what is going on over there? But it was a total hoax, as he knew and as I knew. But I spoke to him and we'd talk about Ukraine. I've said it before. It was the apple of his eye, but he wasn't going to do anything about it. He didn't do anything about it until I was gone. And then a lot of really bad statements were made by people, by a lot of people, I guess.
What the fuck is he even talking about?
But by a certain president that we had.
Oh, yeah. The entire invasion happened only because of a bad statement by Biden, I guess.
Who was a disaster. Yes.
What the hell is even happening? Listen to this. There's one more statement that is just outrageous. Where is it? Where is it? Oh my God, where is it? I want to listen to... Oh yeah. You said this morning you weren't a deadline guy. How long do you think it'll get this little bit? to this little bit as you say finished. What are we talking about? Because at the beginning of this, he said that there's no deadline to having this done.
President, you said this morning you weren't a deadline guy. How long do you think it'll take to get this last little bit, as you say, finished? What are we talking about?
So if it went really well, maybe a few weeks. And if it went poorly, longer. And if it went really poorly, it's not going to happen. That would be a shame.
What the fuck is this answer? So, Mr. President, when will we get this done? Maybe we will get this done, or maybe we will not get this done at all. So basically, I feel like I'm some sort of a prophet, but shock of all shockers, nothing of value, nothing of real import came out of this meeting. Nothing was agreed upon, nothing happened. It was just a nothing burger. Once again, a bunch of vague promises, a bunch of vague announcements. Nothing was actually really put to paper. Nothing was really ironed out. It's another meeting that was very nice but led to nothing. This is why I'm saying that these peace negotiations will not really lead to anything substantial. But there was an even more outrageous thing. Let me see this whole... There was a question about Putin wanted peace. I want to look at this. Let me see. I definitely saved it. Okay. I'm ready for this statement. Where was it? Where was it? I cannot find it. Let me see. Because he also says there was a question. I'm just going to paraphrase it. There was a question about whether or not Putin really wants peace if he keeps, he did a huge attack on Kyiv right before the meeting between Zelensky and Trump. And Trump said, well, Russia attacks Ukraine. Russia was also attacked very recently. Who knows by who? Might have been by Ukraine. It was basically saying both sides do it. Both sides attack one another and it's all bad. Of course, as always, comparing Russia attacking civilians to Ukraine attacking Russian military infrastructure. To Trump, it's all the same. To Trump, it just doesn't matter. Who cares? Trump definitely does not care. Okay? Trump definitely does not care about stuff like that. And as I've said, this meeting has ended in nothing. As always, once again, we're wasting time. It's been a year. Definitely more than 24 hours. The war is not over. It does not seem that the war will end anytime soon. It was agreed that the ball is now in Russia's court, that Russia would decide if it would agree to what has been agreed upon here. And just yesterday, or today, depending on which time zone you're in, Lavrov of Russia has said that Ukraine tried to kill Putin. That Ukraine has tried to kill Putin with 91 drones, suicide drones, that they tried to attack Putin's residence, and therefore Russia will now adjust its peace negotiations How convenient that suddenly during a crucial negotiation, supposedly Ukraine tried to kill Putin, which gives Russia a very convenient reason not to agree to anything and to take on a much harder stance towards what's being agreed upon. Can you believe that? I cannot. But then again, there are pretty big suckers in this world, and one of them is definitely Donald Trump, because he has made a statement on this.
See you later. Yeah, I don't like it.
The question was, are you worried that the alleged strike on Putin's residence would scuttle the peace? And then he answers with the whole, I don't like it.
Yeah, I don't like it. It's not good. I heard about it this morning. You know who told me about it? President Putin told me about it. Early in the morning, he said he was attacked. It's no good. It's no good. Don't forget, you know, the tomahawks. I stopped the tomahawks. I didn't want that. Because we're talking about, you know, it's a delicate period of time.
Yeah, he just believes if Putin said that Ukraine tried to kill him, then of course 100% is true, because Russia and especially Vladimir Putin, they never lie. It's just 100% true. If Putin says something to Trump on the phone, then it has to be true, because of course Trump had a phone call after the meeting with Zelensky, and during that call, Putin told Trump, hey, Ukraine tried to kill me. And of course, Trump, being the naive buffoon or just, you know, a complicit cooperator that he is, said, I'm so shocked. I'm so angry. How can Ukraine do this during this very, very delicate time?
It's not the right time. It's one thing to be offensive, because they were offensive. It's another thing to attack his house. It's not the right time to do any of that, and can't do it.
Interestingly enough, Trump did not say that it's wrong to do, period. He just said that it's not the right time.
And I learned about it from President Putin today. I was very angry about it. Please. What? Well, it came.
Is there any? This is a good question. Is there any evidence that it actually happened? Welcome back, Emily. And Trump says, well, the evidence is that Putin told me that it happened.
It came out. Well, we'll find out. I mean, you're saying maybe the attack didn't take place. It's possible too, I guess. But President Putin told me this morning it did.
Maybe it didn't happen, but you know, Putin told me it did. So it must have happened, right? If Putin told him that it happened, then it must have happened. I cannot believe this. I just cannot believe this nonsense. So there you go. Trump very angry after Russia claimed Ukraine attacked Putin residence. Donald Trump has said he was very angry at hearing accusations from Vladimir Putin that Kyiv had tried to attack residents used by the Russian leader. Like, how convenient, very angry. Ukraine, of course, denies it, because I would be so convenient that during this crucial time within the negotiation, Ukraine attacked Vladimir Putin, and now Russia can just refuse anything and point to the assassination attempt as the reason. There you go, looking for excuses. Commenting on Lavrov's statement, Zelensky suggested in an audio statement to journalists on WhatsApp that his meeting with Trump on Sunday, during which the US leader offered to guarantee Ukraine's security in the event of peace, had been a blow to Moscow. It is clear that for the Russians, if there is no scandal between us and America, but instead there is progress, this is a failure for them. The Russians are incapable of ending the war on their own. They can only do so under pressure, which is true, definitely, especially since Russia believes that it is winning the war. So which is why they're looking for excuses. I expected their rhetoric yesterday, but they went even further. They went further and beyond, plus ultra. Zelensky added, today President Trump and the Europeans must step in and take appropriate action, especially towards those who yesterday stated that they were ready to end the war. I mean, so far Trump seems to believe that Ukraine really did attempt to kill Putin. So I'm not sure if this will go well. I actually think that Russia will succeed in its little stunt. I actually think that this will lead to the stalling of the peace negotiations, and this whole thing will be the shit show that it has been for a while now. I think that Russia has got itself a carte blanche to just reject anything that it doesn't like in the peace proposal now, because Lavrov has clearly said we will have to adjust our peace negotiation strategy based on this assassination attempt. How convenient, once again. What a twist. What a gift. Nobody believes that Ukraine actually tried to kill Vladimir Putin, especially at a time like this. Nobody buys it. Nobody buys it. But, well, I guess Trump buys it. But the question is it Trump being naive, or is it just Trump playing along? Because it is actually difficult for me to believe that he actually believes that Ukraine tried to assassinate Vladimir Putin. Who knows? As always, I remain skeptical about these peace negotiations succeeding. Again, I think this war will continue for quite a long time. And the only way for Russia to stop is for Russia to be pressured to stop. Right now, Russia thinks it has the upper hand. It's winning. It has the United States of America on its side. The United States have all but halted all aid to Ukraine. Europe is Europe. It's not exactly quick to step up to its responsibilities. So Russia thinks that it actually is in no hurry to end the war, that it can gain what it actually really wants, which is full control of Ukraine. And it will look for any excuse that it can to definitely not to agree to any ceasefire and to derail any peace negotiation that could happen. Once again, all I can say is we will have to see how things develop, but I'm not an optimist. I believe that the New Year's Eve will be very interesting, and I think that Russia will probably attack Ukraine en masse on that occasion. We will see what the year 2026 will bring us, but once again, I'm not really all that hopeful about that either. I feel like we are going to see the war continue for quite some time still. All right, that's it. I think we have streamed for a long time. 5 hours. We've done 2 lovely segments. I have given my opinion on the war. And I guess I'll raid you to somebody now. Who should I raid you into? Makes me feel like I'm such a negative person whenever I talk about these negotiations, but I'm sorry. If you know anything about anything, then it becomes quite obvious where this is going, where this whole mess is going. Unfortunate as it is. Okay, I'm gonna raid you. Galactic News Network. Is that who you want me to raid? Sure, why not? Okay, I'll see you. Bye bye.